want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. No pain for fantasy. Just like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Rip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make great.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. I'm so glad y'all love the intro. You know, sometimes I think maybe it's just too much for some people. Anyway, guys, good morning. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I'm your host, Jennifer Jennings, astrologer, and we have a beautiful guest. Motive.Means.Opportunity, MMO Tarot, is with us. Liane, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thanks for having me, my dear.
I loved streaming with you.
Me too.
I hear something in the background.
Really?
Yeah, I hear me in the background.
Oh, it might have been on my phone. Can you hear? Is it still gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay.
And Brittany is in the house. I dropped the link just in case she wants to join us. Her bonus daughter, Layla Santinello, is missing out of Kingsport, Tennessee. And I know that there's going to be some searches going on for her soon.
Okay.
So I just saw her. She was like, "Hey, sis." So I dropped the link just in case she wanted to jump on the panel and talk about anything that's going to go, that's going down, anything that's new with Layla's case. She's been missing for quite some time now and still hasn't been found.
Okay. Absolutely, yes.
So, yesterday we were talking about on your channel when we were when we were live yesterday, we were talking about, just the different theories that we've pondered with Lily and Jack and also with Sebastian. And so I put in, I just wanted to see, people want to talk about statistics and how they think that, the statistics would say that Sebastian is no longer with us because he has been missing for so long now. Well, that doesn't the statistics also show that autism plays a huge role in homelessness.
Right. Okay.
And people don't think about that, he's not 4, he's not 5, he's not 7. And he was able to, like Liam that's missing out of North Carolina, he is 7 years old.
Yeah.
He is nonverbal in a different setting. He's not at home. He's in a different setting. He's at another, quote unquote family member's house.
Right.
What do you think? Since you've looked at some of Liam's case, what are your thoughts?
About Liam or Sebastian being
Liam. Because he's where he would elope and he could drown in a pond, but not Sebastian.
I'm still kind of undecided, if you will, on Liam. I don't know enough about it yet, to be honest with you. I haven't really tapped into the energy, but on initial gut feeling, I don't feel like foul play here. I do feel like he ran off and got lost, but time will tell.
Yeah, definitely tell.
What do you think? What's your gut saying?
It's rising with Scorpio, so it's, I'm looking at I did a little video, like a 3 or 4 minute video, and uploaded it, and I'm basically just saying, those 3 ponds that are near his home need to be drained. That would be my first.
Are there ponds?
As we're looking in the woods for this poor boy, as we're looking in the woods, make sure that while we're doing that, let's also drain the ponds, because it's going to take a while, depending on, how deep they are. I don't know.
How close are the ponds? Because I didn't notice any when we were on yesterday. They must be far. Like, did I just miss them?
Let me see. Okay, so we'll come back to the autism. Let me see what I can do here.
Don't switch your order. I'm just curious.
Well, let me see if I can bring his. Let me see if I can bring it up. Just a second. I'll bring up his map just so you can see that there are ponds, even though when we change the the map data to see if there's any water, it's not showing, because I think that because these are man-made.
Okay, like reservoirs.
You know what I mean? They're yeah.
Like
or they could be small retention ponds. I'm just not sure.
Yep. Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't know. It's weird because
Okay,
Jolly was just there and he posted a video. He said you can't get cell reception or anything, and the mom looks like extremely young. She's in her 30s apparently, but she looks much younger. But they are Hispanic and they really don't speak English. So hence maybe why they haven't come out publicly. So it may not, like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. So here we go. This is, let me go back. So here's a pond right here. And if we zoom in even more, there's a little bitty pond right here. So we got a little bit of water here. We got a little bit of water here. This is bigger, but this is where the event is rising. So not only does the event, when he goes missing at 11 a.m., rise through here, but it's also rising with North Carolina. And of course, I don't know exactly where he went missing from, just assuming that it's somewhere right through here. And then we've got a pond here. There's a small pond. You can kind of see. And then there's one right here. So if we go further in, it's right here. There's some water there. There's some water here. And then this one. Yeah. And then this one right here it's a little bigger. And this is right off the main road. So we've got a pond here.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting to see. And I also have the trash, because it is rising in Scorpio. I do have trash and SOs on the map. So we've got 2 SOs that are within 3 miles. And then we've got a bunch of them up here and the different landfills. Yeah. So we've got an
Joni,
SO here
I'm not
and
sure.
an SO here.
I'm just reporting on what Dolly said. Sorry to interrupt you. So Dolly's saying they're Hispanic. No, I'm just telling you what he said. So I have no idea. I'm not confirming or denying whether they're white or Hispanic. I'm just saying Dolly said, because it dawned on me we hadn't heard from them yet, right? Which is sometimes suspicious. So, but if they don't speak English, being the point, I think Dolly was making that they may not speak English. So, okay, go on.
Yeah. All right. So back to Sebastian, and I don't know if Detroit Rock City is talking. If he fell off the planet, somebody helped him fall off. Right? Are you talking about who are you? You talking? Okay. You might be Sebastian. What part of North Carolina? Asheboro. Yeah, his mom is white and his dad's Hispanic. Yeah, thank you, Krista. Okay, so Detroit Rock City is talking about Sebastian. Well, are you familiar with Connor Jack's story? So Connor Jack he went missing. We'll get into that. So Connor Jack went missing from California in 2019, and he was found in 2022, 900 miles away from his home where he went missing from, outside of a store. And the only reason why he was found is because a police officer checked his fingerprint. So yeah, Detroit Rock City, if I can, I'm going to pull that up and see if I can play something. Let me see.
I mean, I guess the thing I would say,
maybe I should do homelessness, because
I just want to add while you're looking for that, if that's okay, Jen. There's a lot of people that just feel like these kids can't just get up and walk away. I just want to remind everybody of the statistics, okay? Just in the United States alone, and this is what Kelly Snyder of the Find Me Group told me years ago. I haven't even updated the statistics. 4,000 kids in the United States alone go missing daily, of which 70-some% are found, but there's still that 20-something% that are not found. And then years later, we can find them, and we hear about that all the time. So it's not all that unusual. I just want to note. Sorry, I just had to say that because people are so shocked that how can you walk away without anything being a sighting or seen, but it happens all the time, regrettably, where kids are just not found for years, potentially, or ever.
Right.
Sorry. So.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're fine. You're fine. Let me see if I can get this on YouTube. Play it on YouTube.
But it is the case of Detroit Rock City. In the case of
wanna
Sebastian, I agree. I think
pull up
he's definitely did not. I mean, that's just my sense. I think he had some help or motivation, if you will. But
yeah. So y'all let me know if you can hear this. Sometimes when I'm playing videos, you can't hear it. So let me know if you can hear it or not. I'm going to play just a minute of it, a second of it, and y'all let me know if you can hear it or not.
Who went
It's
missing
playing
nearly
right
3
now.
years
Can you hear
ago
it?
has been found
yeah, we can
in
hear it.
Utah. Deputies in Summit discovered a young
Huh?
We can
You
hear it.
can?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, no. No, so this is about Connor Jack. Okay, so he went missing when he was 16 from California, and he was outside of a gas station 700 miles away. People going in and out, in and out, in and out. And his story was, of
Young
course,
man.
not as, it wasn't as, it's not as high profile as Sebastian's, but the way that this boy changed over 3 years, you wouldn't have known that it was him. If you saw, you see his poster, his flyer, you wouldn't have known that this is him.
Mhm.
in front of a store who had been wandering the area with a shopping cart for weeks. Well, the teen either refused or just couldn't give his name, but officers eventually figured out his identity by searching through a list of missing people. The discovery led to an emotional phone call with the teen's family, who had feared that he was dead. CNN's Camila Bernal joining us now. Camila, oh my gosh, what a story. Tell us more.
Yeah. Hey, Fred. Yeah, this is really a remarkable story. The Summit County Sheriff's Office in Utah describing it as serving with compassion. But I'll start at the beginning. There were a number of calls that were made to report Connor Jack Oswald, and he's 19 years old. He was not breaking any laws, but officers went out there anyway, and they were checking up on him. Initially, he had refused any help, and then last Saturday, the deputies went out there again, and this time they were able to help him. All of this was caught on body cam video, and take a look at what happened.
You look like you're shivering. You cold? You want to come sit in his car and warm up for a minute? We can't have you sitting in front of the door here all night. Sorry, I can't hear you.
As long as I'm not being taken anywhere.
No, you're not being taken anywhere. Just come sit in the car and warm up. Where's your shopping cart at?
Oh, it's stolen.
You got it stolen?
Yeah.
That's no good.
No, it was in the restaurant.
Okay.
You want to sit in my front passenger seat where it's warm?
Just come in here and warm up. Okay. You have a knife or a gun or anything like that?
A bazooka, crossbow.
Okay. Just have a seat. Where were you at when your shopping cart got stolen?
Doesn't matter.
What's that?
It doesn't matter.
Now, after this encounter, it was a dispatcher who went through pages and pages of missing children, and that person was able to find Connor Jack Oswald. They went back to the report and realized that he'd been missing since September of 2019 from Clear Lake, California. They were able to get a hold of his mom, and she told officers that he had a very distinctive birthmark on his neck. The deputies found that birthmark, and then his stepdad went to Utah to identify him in person. That moment was also caught on police body cam, and it was a really moving moment when the stepdad called the mom to let him know that he was indeed alive. Take a listen to that moment.
The missing person photo that we located was this.
Yes.
And then the photo that came from Nevada for the arrest was this.
Holy crap.
Is it him?
So that's pretty interesting. So he had been arrested in Nevada. Isn't that interesting? It's interesting to me that he was.
Yeah. Wild.
how was he not, how did that happen? Like, how did they not
Put the two together when he
know
was
that he was
arrested in
missing?
Nevada. But
Exactly.
well, because how often do they search? How often do they go and take the time to search through? How many thousands of kids are on that missing child list? We just talked about the numbers. Like that takes
Right.
you know, and as soon as I heard the detective went through the list, my gut instinct was, I bet you that's not the norm. That they would
Right.
just automatically think to search the missing child's list. Like I don't know, man.
You would
It goes
think that there
back
would be
to
something in the system. Like, you would think that there would be something in our system that would flag.
Mhm. Yeah, I
It's
know,
just,
but there's
it's
no
amazing.
procedural, there's no standard procedures between state and state, country to like that's what I'm saying. There needs to be, I think the minute a child goes missing, there needs to be FBI involvement or something. I know that sounds ludicrous, but man, because of exactly this, he was in different states. How do you track him if you're only looking at where he disappeared from? If the people in charge to find him are only looking in their own state because they don't have jurisdiction over other states, how are we supposed to resolve this
Right.
if we don't get international eyeballs or an organization like the FBI that can go at least state to state involved? How do we get this solved? This is a major fucking problem. It's a major problem.
Major. Yeah. And I wouldn't think that Sebastian would be, you wouldn't think that he would just be homeless. You wouldn't think that, everybody has in their mind what happened to Sebastian without really any evidence. I mean, we do have some evidence, that we think is evidence, like, we can't unsee the lights. We can't unsee the fact that there was a whole, big manholes that were completely open that a bunch of us could just fit in. The house wasn't treated like a crime scene. The new construction wasn't shut down. But at the same time, Sebastian was going through a lot of changes. And even after this boy, Connor Jack, was found, he still didn't want to go home. He still did not want to go home. Happy birthday, Shauna. Happy solar return, honey. We just never know. We just never know. I don't know how he would have become homeless. How did he leave in the middle of the night? Did, she give him choices? I just don't know. But the end
How
game
old
of
was
Sebastian, he was 16. He was 16.
So Sebastian's age, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like Liam, little kid, how they're playing music for Liam. They were doing the same thing for Sebastian. Why? He's 15. He's not, he's not nonverbal. He was going to a regular school. He knew how to swim. He wouldn't want to be going outside in the middle of the night hanging out.
Yep. Yeah. And the other thing is we don't update what they look like today. Why is the data bank not putting out current updated? I mean, my daughter posted a picture in chat. Now, again, I know you're not a fan, and I'm not exactly a loving, raving fan of chat, but you can. She posted a picture of my granddaughter when she was 6 months old into chat, and it said, post me a picture of you and your husband, and it popped up a picture of what she'd look like when she's 10 years old. So why are we not posting updated simulated photos? They have the technology to do that, because now we're looking for a child that's going to have, like you said, they don't even look anywhere what they look like 3 years, 2 years earlier. They've adjusted, they've changed. Maybe they've been disguised. Maybe they are homeless. They're not, their hair is grown. They're not, they've got facial hair they didn't have now at the time. It's just, I don't know. It seems like an epic failure in the system. It's just an epic failure.
Yeah, that part right there just really throws me for a loop. I'm like, how in the world does this happen? How did he fall through the cracks like that with the system?
Yeah.
And I did match him. That was the craziest thing. I mean, I did I only had, I think I had 2 angles, but I didn't draw them all the way out to, to Utah. And at the time in 2019, I hadn't discovered that we are connected to other states in our natal chart. So, that was a huge discovery for me that I didn't know then. I don't know, it blows my mind. It blows
Mhm.
my mind, girl. Um,
Mhm.
Let me add Brittany, and then we'll say hi to her, and then we'll get back into this.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I'm happy to talk about whatever Brittany
Layla.
wants. Yeah,
Yeah,
with
okay,
Layla.
hold on just a
Yeah.
second. Let me let her in. Hey, girl. How are you, Brittany?
Hey, honey. Good. How are you?
Oh, just living the dream.
Yeah, I guess whatever you consider to be the dream.
I mean, so you've gotten some rest. Brittany, go ahead and introduce yourself if you don't mind, for those that don't know um your story
Yeah,
with like.
absolutely. So I am Brittany, and I am Layla Santinella's stepmom. I and her father, George, reported her missing after we received really concerning messages from her boyfriend of Michael. 2 years. It was like 2.5 years they were together. And they were together from day one till this unfortunate situation came into our lives. So Michael was insinuating something was wrong, and he did not know where Layla was. The story that Michael originally gave me, which never changed, was Layla was over at a friend's house, and it was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and she was ready to be picked up. Michael was about not even 5 minutes from his home to the location she was at, and once he arrived to the location, nobody knew where she went. She was just poof, gone, disappeared out of thin air. And clearly that does not happen. But as days went on, and me doing extensive investigating and reaching out to whoever I can possibly reach out to, we found out that there was an incident that occurred at the friend's house, and she had a substantial amount of money on her. And they unfortunately weren't the best of friends and robbed Layla for what she had, which is why in her flyer it mentions that she has no shoes and she was wearing a white tank top, black leggings, no shoes. Well, that's because her shoes were stolen along with the money that she had on her. She did not have a phone at the time because the phone that she did have was taken into police custody when Michael got himself into some trouble February 14th of 2023, and she never got another phone since. So Michael and her were working off of one phone, and Michael had the phone. She was using friends' phones, and she went to the AmeriCorps with somebody that was at that house where things escalated, and he took her out of there and brought her to the AmeriCorps, and she was there for some time, and there was a large police presence shortly after. And Jen, I don't know if I told you or not, but the reason supposedly why there was such a large police presence at the AmeriCorps was because the person that Layla was with at the AmeriCorps was on a like a banned list. He wasn't allowed to, I guess, be there, and they found out that he was there. And the room was not in his name; it was in somebody else's name, which we do have that person's name, of course. But that is why there was such a large police presence. At the AmeriCorps during the time where Layla started to run frantically. She was running scared and she was knocking
Yeah,
on
I think you did.
doors.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she ran off into the fields that is connected to the woods right in the AmeriCorps parking lot. And apparently there were warehouse workers that saw her the next morning. I guess according to law enforcement, they say that she slept in the woods. or in the field the night of the 26th into the early morning of the 27th. I personally feel it wasn't her because I don't, no matter what the circumstance may be, she wouldn't sleep in the woods. She wouldn't do that. She just would not do that. But then at the same
Yeah.
time, we don't
You didn't have
know
to.
how we don't know how her true mindset was either. You know, there was so much going on too. I still don't see, but I mean, I still, you know, try to consider the situation, I guess. But I guess she was picked up out
I
of a
hear
lineup.
GJ telling us today.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
Introduce
GJ.
yourself.
Hey, how you doing?
Introduce
I'm
yourself.
good, GJ.
I'm her father.
Yeah, GJ is Layla's daddy.
Yeah, my beautiful girl.
So I hear that there's going to be.
Thank you for having her on here and discussing Layla. Really appreciate it.
Of course, GJ. We love y'all.
We love you too, and we're getting ready to. I had to buy a new work vehicle. My work vehicle went on me, so I'm right now in the process of going and getting a work vehicle and transferring all my tools. But once I get a little bit more money up, we plan on shooting back out there again.
We got some things planned and we got some things in the works.
Yeah.
I'll tell you more about it.
We'll definitely meet y'all there. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good search this time. A better
Looking
search
forward
because
to
we got Q involved too, and they got other what do they have? Dogs,
We have Q,
law
but we
enforcement,
also got,
retired law enforcement. We have
but we got signed up with missing in American University Network.
We have a whole bunch of support
That we got
resources that are going to back us all up.
Some nonprofit organizations. Yep.
So when we go, we're going to try to set it where we can go and meet up with them and do our thing too. We'll get your maps.
I already got that going.
Got her maps, and then we'll go from there. But I gotta go. It's good talking to you. I'm gonna give you back to
good talking to you too, hon.
Go get another vehicle.
All right. Good luck with that, GJ.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay. So I wonder when the Q is going to when there'll be some searches done.
So I'm in close contact with them. We do have a case. We have a caseworker, and what's great about it is not only are they, working with Layla, but they're going to be working for Holland as well. So, which is good. But they have some things that they are putting into the works and figuring things out and doing like process of elimination type things right now, because they focus really hard on to finding the what are you chewing on to finding the missing. They made it very clear it's not their job to solve the case, it's their job to find the missing. So they spoke to everybody that they needed to initially speak to. So right now, like I said, they're just trying to put something together that, obviously makes sense and would be a good outcome. So I can only hope that, it all works out. And I try to, I guess I do talk about it to an extent, but I guess because after so many failed attempts with GJ and I putting stuff together and me telling everything from start to finish, it like really backfires on me because then I feel like people get ahead of what I'm trying to do and then they like to interfere and put a stop to what we are doing. I guess ultimately, like I've always said, Layla is not meant to be found. Realistically, that was their goal as to whoever is responsible for, this whole situation. I always
Do you
try
think that they are
to
close to solving who? Do you think that they are close to solving who?
I think honestly, I think it's more on the what than the who. I think they have their who. It's more on the what, like the where, I'll say. Like the where is the big issue. But which obviously that which is a very big issue. I'm sure they can know everything and know who did it and all the above, but without having, a leg to stand on and substantial evidence, I don't think there's much that can be done. I mean, I guess there could always be maybe a chance if they have something really concrete. I guess there is always a possibility. Like, I guess, what do we have to lose at this point? Maybe they could always try to, pursue something on a legal aspect, but it doesn't mean that it would potentially stick. But I don't know. I mean, I hope. I do know that there are leads. I can say there are leads that do continue to come in. I actually just got one, which I need to tell you about because it.
Well, Layla
It
and
definitely.
Summer were both in transit yesterday with the law enforcement.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday. So all day yesterday, their Layla's ascendant was being magnetized with justice. And so I'm just wondering if, because we uncovered, you and I, you and I uncovered
Yeah.
what, a year and a half ago. It's been a while since we uncovered who we think was responsible, or one of the main persons that was responsible, that was with her.
Right.
And then we got confirmation of someone else. So we're thinking maybe two people know
Right.
what happened and where she's at. So how does the law enforcement, are they telling you that? I mean, I don't understand how law enforcement can't get the where from them.
I know.
I mean,
I know.
can't they like plant somebody and do something? I mean, I don't, it's just, it's beyond me that they know the who, they just
Yeah.
don't know what the where.
Right.
How that can't, be solved. But anyway,
I
I
know.
appreciate
It's
you
so
coming
like
on,
really
Brittany. I
sad.
know you got tons of stuff that you want to be doing today, I'm sure. But I'm glad that you jumped up and, talking to
Yeah,
me and
absolutely.
Liane.
Brittany, my
Well,
name's Liane. Can I just introduce myself for a second, honey?
absolutely.
I just want to say I'm sorry that you and your partner are going through this. I
Thank you.
volunteer with, yeah, can I also cover this case on my channel? I volunteer with Jenn with the Find Me group as a psychic
Yeah,
medium. And I was
absolutely.
just listening to you, and I'm trying to just tap in, which is a little hard for me to do on the live, but I see her, and I don't have any knowledge of this case to date, so I apologize for that. But I just get a vision of her in a confrontation with two men, like a physical confrontation. Does that resonate as a possibility?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'll tap in later and maybe send Jenn my findings and whatnot. But I don't want to do this here because it's not really the most optimal for me on a live.
Right.
But I will tap in because I did just get that vision. So if it's okay with you, I'll do a little bit of my own research and send it to Jenn, and she can pass it along to you if it's relevant.
Yes, that would be
Absolutely.
wonderful. Yeah, because
Okay.
the Find Me
Thank you.
group. Yeah, the Find Me group, Brittany. I don't know if we've talked about that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I even sent you their link, because you can go onto the Find Me group, and you can request them to help, and they will.
Send me it again because
Okay.
I still had to get like approved to go in, and I either it got like overlooked or I don't know, but I don't know if it ever got like approved.
Can you email us and we'll forward it to the founder? and make sure
Yes.
that he got it, because it's volunteer organization, and it's not mine to state, but the guy that runs the website also volunteers for the group, and there's some issues sometimes.
Right.
So
Right.
that would
Which,
be really helpful. And we can see if we
right.
can connect you. I did that for, I've done that before for other cases. So,
Okay.
Yeah, and
okay.
they're really, really good. I mean, we've got the Find Me group is a great team, and I think that that could be just another resource, that you use.
Absolutely. The more, the better.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah. I mean,
The more, the better. You know me.
the
I don't turn nothing down.
Well,
yeah,
I also think what it might do, Brittany, is give you leads and locations. And if you cross check those, because Jen's a part of the group now too, with Jen's maps, it might really solidify some possible locations,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we work hard on Layla's map for a long time now.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We have searched some places, and one of the places, if you don't mind, Brittany, I
No,
know
go ahead.
you weren't there, but you did hear
Right,
about
I
it.
was at the mall, I think. Yeah, that was, yes, I was at the mall doing the Christmas tree for the missing with Summer Wells's family.
Yeah. So GJ and I went, and this was before Jeff wasn't there, but we did go to one of my hot spots, and we did find some things that were uh, questionable.
Absolutely.
We found some needles. We found some clothes, black leggings, white tank top.
Yep.
It was surreal. And
Yep.
GJ just sat there crying when we found that. And if I'm not mistaken, the law enforcement did not check that out.
Nobody did. It was
Nobody
there
did.
the next time. It was there the next time, remember?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And you went with us yeah, because everything was still there. That's what,
We saw it. I mean, yes, there was a lot of other shit on top of it through the year since then, but it was, you could still see that it was there for sure. It was still there.
okay, so Shauna is saying the building is faced in front. There's a wooded area to the right, seeing a flat pair of shoes like the older DC brand, a black male, white male, one female. Well,
Mhm.
I mean, do you want to
Yeah.
comment on that?
Do I have to?
No, you don't have to.
I mean,
You definitely don't have to.
obviously, it's pretty relevant.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are things that Brittany has been told she can't really share with us, but anybody that has any type of, yeah, if you think that you can find Layla and give us a direct, if you can give us an area to search, that's welcomed. Brittany and Jennifer Santinello have not been strangers to psychics and mediums. They do listen. They do listen. So, and Liane is going to, she'll do a reading on her, and we'll get that to you, Brittany.
I'll
Right.
do what I do with the Find Me group. I've been volunteering since 2018. I do that differently than what I do when I'm on lives, because it's just different energy. So I'll do what I do for the
Right.
Find Me group, which is what I sent for Liane to you, Jen. I sent my copy of the report, and I'll do the best I can for location. It's not necessarily my strong suit for location, but I have found missing people before. So, and I would encourage you with the Find Me group. We have a 38% solve rate, which is, according to Kelly Snyder, the founder. He used to be with the Secret Service for years, 20 some years, narcotics undercover, 9 years, put some pretty big people
Yeah.
away before he started the Find Me group. And
Right.
we have the solve rate for missing people, with the average being 5%, and our group's 38%. So I would definitely encourage you to also submit again, but we'll try to connect you because it's, the people in that group are extremely talented.
Yeah.
Extremely talented.
Wow. Yeah.
Jen being
I
one of them. Jen being one of them.
Thank you,
Yeah,
girl.
I agree. Without a doubt with that one. There's no
Okay.
denying that.
Yeah.
There's been times I called her before, like I had a feeling that I was gonna have a really bad day, and I would tell her,
Hmm.
I'm like, you need to check my day before I proceed,
Hmm.
because
I'm getting trafficking vibes. I'm getting trafficking vibes. Does that make sense?
yes,
Okay. I feel like she's alive, but she's been trafficked. I really do. I'm not going to say too much more, but I do. Jen, does that make sense?
I mean, it could definitely make sense.
Okay.
We haven't found a body. I mean, they've said, there is talk that she has, she is not alive, and that she OD'd, but until there is a body, I mean, we can't say for
Hmm.
sure.
right.
Yeah, but I'm
Can't
feeling
say
like
for
somebody
sure.
drugged her and kidnapped her and took her, is what I'm feeling. I'm not going to say too much more. I want to tap in, but that's my initial findings. And usually my first instinct is pretty bang on. And I really feel like she was trafficked at this point.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'll do more readings.
Yeah, that sounds great. Sounds great.
Okay.
So, Brittany, do you have any idea when they're going to, like, when do you know when there's going to be a search, or is it just now?
Yeah, I don't know just yet.
Okay.
They didn't really tell me too much about that. I know right now they're doing like their process of elimination. That's why I just sent over, the ones that we have, the locations, and yeah. So we're gonna further discuss. I was talking to him briefly this morning, so I guess we'll see what's going on. But once obviously I get a better idea, I'll let you know for sure.
All right, honey. All right. Sounds good. We're talking about today. We're talking about Sebastian Rogers and Connor Jack Oswald's case, and just kind of comparing them because, as you know, Sebastian has autism.
Yep.
Connor Jack, he went missing from California in 2019, was
Mhm.
found in 2022
Right.
alive outside of a store, and he had been homeless for 3 years,
Mm.
700 miles away in Utah.
Wow.
And he had been arrested in Nevada, and
Holy shit! So he was even in the system.
I know, like, do you have any idea? So do you
Talk
have
about
any
being
idea?
lost in the system.
Yeah. Yeah. So how does that happen? I mean, how would that, don't they get put on some type of alert with the,
They would
with the,
have to. They would
yeah.
have to. I mean, even in the medical field, like in the hospital, for a situation like this, for like somebody that is missing or whatever, we are obligated to give a yes or a no, like obviously a yes or a no. Even if the person does not want to be found or whatever the case may be, we are not obviously obligated to go any further, but we do have to say yes, this person is here. But we don't obviously need to go any further from there, but just to obviously not make everybody run wild. Yes, there is an alert that does come through for stuff like this. Absolutely. And it should, especially with law enforcement.
Yeah.
And he's not of age. Absolutely. Why isn't there an Amber Alert put out?
Yeah. He was 16. I guess because they couldn't prove, I guess there was an endangered alert with Connor Jack in 2019, 16 years old, walks away from home, just poofs. They couldn't find any evidence of him. It's just the craziest thing. So, what about, let me ask you this while I've got you up on panel. And Liane, feel free to, ask while she's up here any questions that you may have. But I'm
Okay.
wondering, what has your experience been working with law enforcement? Can you tell us what your experience has been and how you have overcome the feeling of frustration? What would your advice be
Well,
to other parents like Seth, because there's no handbook of how to deal with a missing
no,
kid.
there's not. There's not a handbook at all. There really isn't. And I mean, just like when, you birth a kid, it doesn't come with a handbook either. But honestly, I would say like you have to remain active, no matter how hard that the days may get. Like, because my days just some days feel really dark and just like I don't even want to face the day. I don't even want to deal with the day. But I know that I am here for a reason and I need to serve that reason. And realistically, even though I did not bring Layla physically into this world, I'm not leaving this world without her, period. So, you know, that is the fight that I have in me for that is that I am not leaving this world without her. So, I put in every effort, to network. That's huge. I hear you, GJ. Networking is really huge. That's something else that I would highly recommend. Would be to
And
network with other missing persons, you know, individuals that have been faced with similar situations with the same want to find your missing loved one. Because I found that to be a big help with me as well. And plus, you also become like a little tight knit, once you do become, you know, um, involved with one another. And then you just, you help one another and, you continue to, look for possibilities and different avenues and you share them with the other missing individual family members because that's what I do and the individuals that I have been dealing with they have done the same for me. Anything that they find or any like case recommendations for like Dateline or anything they send the same thing to me.
how
So
has been
that's
working with? Sorry, go ahead. How has been working with law enforcement? I'm sorry, Brittany, to cut you off, but have
yeah
they
no
been helpful?
ugh. Well, I mean, I guess it all depends on your situation. Um, in my current situation for Layla, I'm not bad mouthing. I understand, they all have a lot of stuff going on in, I'm sure the town itself and trying to make it a better life for everybody. But you have a missing person, and I would prioritize better, most certainly. I would also not stereotype, the case. I would give the same missing individual the same everything, like any search and rescue, anything as far as in the public eye or
Why do you think they're
anything in that matter.
stereotyping? Like how do you think they're stereotyping?
So, okay, let's compare like Riley Strain and Layla, for instance. Riley Strain's case blew up, nationally. And of course, he's like, the all American boy that's in college, has very supportive family, parents, a blended family at that, just like Layla does with, us. Parents aren't together. They both, remarried or re got into a relationship. And they were all very active, with his search and rescue and investigation. And, I can't say the same for us, but he got, I feel, just a lot more support with the world itself than my own at this time.
Wow.
And I feel that because her disappearance unfortunately revolves around drugs. There's no way around it to explain. Like, I wish I could, eliminate that portion out, but I can't because it's so, that's like really important to know. But then, of course, at the same time, it's, well, what comes with drugs, right? The inevitable. Either you go to jail or you die, So that's how I feel that they handle, cases that are involved with drugs. They don't, really they don't have any sympathy, which I can understand, but they don't put the same amount of care, or they just don't have the same handlings, I feel, at
I
all.
think that's, well, one, it's really sad because it's very also narrow-minded in the police, because if somebody is doing drugs, then they're accessing the illegal drugs from somebody too. So to me, it would seem like not only can you solve finding a missing person, but you might be able to arrest another dealer. It seems
Right,
ridiculous, right? Like, it seems so ridiculous.
right.
So I'm
Like,
sorry to hear that you're having that experience, my
it
dear.
took
I
a
really.
long time. It took a long time to really figure out, like, a lot of things and to get things, like, on board. Like, and it shouldn't be like that, I really
Do you
don't
think
feel
it
it.
helped you? Do you think it helped the case with hiring a private investigator?
Oh, well, I'll say this. I honestly, if I didn't hire him, I feel like I really wouldn't know as much. Like we knew, like, through our own investigation, but just to have that confirmation is a relief,
Mhm.
And there were times where we weren't always right, but we're not meant to be. But at the same time, if I didn't have him at the time that I did, I I would have probably really went off my rocker with the unknown and not knowing exactly what is going on, because I've had law enforcement, tell me, they know everything and they know what potentially happened, and they'll soon be able to tell me, but never never said anything for a really long time. How are we supposed to go on, 6 months into the investigation until, like, a year and a half later of the unknown, of not knowing really anything? That would just freaking, I don't even have the words for that. I
Well, I mean,
wouldn't
one
even
of
Well,
know
the
it
what
two
seems
to even
very
people,
unfair. Sorry,
yeah,
Jen.
one of the two, no, you're fine. One of the two people we found, I
Yeah.
don't know that law enforcement, and I know your PI didn't have that name, and we
Mm-mm.
found him. We
No.
found him.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that that to
Definitely.
me, that to me just showed that they weren't paying attention what the eyewitness said that saw her at the AmeriCorps. She's running
Right.
around, she's asking for a certain person, describing that person, and it was really not that hard to find who that person was
Right.
looking at Facebook. But I was just wondering what your advice would be to other parents that have missing kids that are frustrated with law enforcement. Because, like, Tabitha Tudor's parents, the Wicks girls. I mean, I don't know
You don't
one
give up.
case. Yeah, I just don't know
You
one
just
case
don't give
where,
up.
yeah,
You don't give up, and you continue to be a nag in their ear to let them know that you are still here and you are not going anywhere. And if you need to go to a higher up or to a higher standing, so be it. And even if you're not so sure, because maybe the option might not be the better option to one, or you might not even have a better outcome, or you might have a better outcome with staying, or you just don't know. Weigh out your options as to what you might feel would be beneficial, and in front of you, and go from there. I mean, sometimes we don't always make the best choices. Sometimes we think one way is better than the other or whatever, and sometimes it's not, or it is. But we don't know that until we actually take that step. But the giving up, you just don't do. You just don't give up. And I think they will continue to do, I guess, what they say what they can do. And again, if you don't see any progress, definitely go to a higher up and you just keep going to get till you get somebody to listen, because that's the hard part. I understand. Getting somebody to listen has been very hard, and you'll find it.
That's just
You'll get it.
disgusting. It's disgusting. I'm sorry
Yeah.
that you're going through that. It's disgusting. I'm gonna just mute myself after this. I just have to say my guys are still here. So they have a lot to say about this. So I will do a report for sure, because for me, there's cases that are harder and there's cases that I get very clear, and I'm going to get very clear hits on this. I'm just telling you. So I'm going to do that after, because they're still here. They have something to say, but I'm not trying to tap in because I'm trying to listen to you. So I feel confident that I'll be able to get some stuff for you. So I'll send that off to Jen, because they really want to talk right now. Like my
Well,
head's
go ahead,
spinning.
Liane. Do what you do, girl.
Well, I'm going to have to like meditate for a second. Just give me a second. I'm going to mute.
Okay. All right. So, Brittany, if I don't know how much time you've got.
Yeah,
I know
no, we're
you're
good.
okay. If you need to go, you just just let me know. I don't want to hold. I don't want to
No,
hold you up.
we're
With it.
good. Good
I
girl.
know that you've been doing
I
your
don't have no
thing and
kids.
you got stuff going on. Where's the kids at? School?
No, but yeah, they're all in school finally. So I don't have nothing going on.
You don't know
So
what to do with yourself
I've
being
been
off work
so
and no kids.
right, exactly, and that's kind of how it always works. You get all the time, nothing but time, and then it's like, well, what do I do with my time?
Oh my
And then I
goodness.
start thinking, and then I can't decide, and then I want to do too much, and I'm like, all right, slow down.
What would your advice be though to other parents that are frustrated with law enforcement and what they're not doing? What would you be doing if you were Seth? Like what advice would you give to Seth?
Well, I would be going to, like I said, each higher up, and get somebody to listen. I wouldn't stop. I would be probably the most annoying person ever. Like I would still be doing what he was doing, being outside with a microphone, being loud and clear, and not leaving. Like that would be me every day. But realistically in a real world, obviously we can't do that. Because we have, like I said, other things going on in life, work, and, we have our lives that we have to provide for too. So, um, I would continue to, like I said, reach out to higher ups, continue to reach out to help. I mean, that's kind of like what I'm going through with Layla. It's hard not really talking to anybody. I mean, we went from talking to a lot to, it's slowly declining and it becoming little by little, and then it just stopping, and then like once a month, once a year, and here we are, But I guess at the same time, what is there that we can ultimately really discuss and talk about when I guess if there hasn't been any changes? Well, if there hasn't been any changes, then you need to reach out to other people, that are either A, going to listen to you, or B, you find someone until you do find someone to listen to you. Because that's you have to have some kind of law enforcement on your side. I mean,
I
you
agree.
do. You
Was
have to.
Totally.
she
You have,
was she scheduled to meet somebody? Because I get the sense that she was planning on meeting somebody. I see two guys. She's kicking and fighting, and they place her in a white van. They jab her to knock her out. They do strip her clothes off, and I hear she was taken by ferry somewhere. I don't know if that makes sense, but they drove her in the back of the truck by ferry, is what I'm getting. I'm gonna have to tap in more, but I'm like my head is spinning.
Barry?
Yeah, by a ferry.
Crossroad Realties. You know Crossroad Realties with Stevie Robbins. We started 100 years ago. Yes.
I can't.
Remember the lady that owned her husband's family, like Steve's family, Steve's father.
I can't hear him.
I don't know that GJ was actually talking. Um, I think he may have been on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, she may have silenced because he's on the phone. I don't know where a ferry would be around there, but
Shauna's
I have
saying mine too. Oh my God, I don't know what that means. But I heard she
Shauna.
was taken by ferry.
Huh. Oh, Shauna, you're okay. What's his name? Whose name? Yeah, that's G. His name is George,
I
but
must have said something that upset her. She's muted.
we call him GJ. G with
No, he's
as
just talking
George.
to his
GJ.
friend. They're being loud.
Okay.
They're just there. His
No,
friends are being. He's just talking to a friend.
you're fine, babe.
I didn't want to interfere with whatever she's got coming through.
No, I'll
Well,
do
were you
more
able to hear
later.
what she said? She was talking about two guys taking her and
I don't
possibly
know where a ferry would be either, though. I almost
I don't
thought,
either.
like, could it be maybe like a ferry, like a street, maybe? Like ferry in a street, like the name ferry in a street.
Well, I
maybe?
think she was probably, I don't know, I'm not looking at a map. I have no idea, but I suspect she was driven fair distance to a ferry.
But he said he worked his
Huh.
dad.
I don't know. I'll have to look at the map. I have to
Okay.
look at the map and see if there would be a ferry that
Okay.
would go. And it could be. It could be. I don't know. But anyway, so Brittany, we're gonna get on with the live talking about Sebastian Rogers and Connor Jack Oswald. You can hang out here with us, or you can shut down, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Whatever.
Okay, so I'm gonna take let's see. I know that you've got something MMO. Liane, you've got something. Let's see. Add to stage. How do I take this off? What am I doing here? How about I remove this one? There we go. Oh, shit. Let me add you back to stage, Brittany. Okay. Okay, this is what Liane had up.
Was just Layla's story.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Do you want me to pull up Dolly's video? Is that what you're asking for?
I mean, he's just basically sitting in his car just talking about, I mean, what do you think? Do you think that
I just think it's good information for Jack and Lily, so we can pull it up because it's things to consider because of the remoteness, so we can
with
talk about that.
Liam?
Yeah, it's things because he was talking about like you can't even get cell reception. So, it's dance. So those are going to be things that are going to be really important. So we can talk about it with Jack and Lily because I think there's a parallel there to consider when I go searching and if you come with me. And I mean,
Yeah,
I'd love to join the search when you go for Layla too, if you let me know on that, if I can make my way there.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to also talk about, the rest of Connor Jack's that video and the autism, the statistics when it comes to the amount of homeless people that have autism is shocking. There is a large amount of homeless people that have autism. And people will say, well, why wouldn't they get that reward? If you go to a homeless camp, I think that we all should go to a homeless camp with a flyer of Sebastian and ask if they know that Sebastian is missing and see how many of them say yes or no. And I can start it with this and go to Nashville. We got a big homeless, in Nashville. Shoot, in Madison, right down the road from where Sebastian was. Go and I can video it and ask them, do you know that this child is missing? Have you seen him? And see how many say yes or no, if they know that he's missing or not. And I would challenge everybody in their hometown. Liane, you're in Canada.
Yep.
Ask them. Go to a homeless camp and ask, do you know that this boy is missing? And see. Because Connor Jack was found years later. Fell through the system. We really don't know how Sebastian went missing. We have theories. Some people believe that he's alive, he's deceased, his mom offed him, kicked him out of the car in the woods, or I don't know how people think that this would have taken place with Sebastian. It blows my mind that people, this is one theory that I don't think that we should just say no. We know that he's deceased, but we don't know where he's at. We don't know how it happened. That's just not gonna, not gonna work for me. So I'm thinking that that would be a good little thing. Good little thing to do. Little study. We can just see how many of them know that he's missing. Let's look at this. Let's finish with this. Let me add it to I thought I added it. Hold on. I'm not used to this stuff. Here we go. Finish watching this. It's not much longer here.
A little bit older, but yeah.
And what stood out to me was the ears. Not knowing him.
Yeah.
He looks pretty similar to this. His hair's longer right now. His beard's a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
My sweetheart's alive. Oh my God. Dad, can you go get him, please?
Yeah, I definitely will do my best to bring him home.
And the sheriff said there was not a dry eye in that room. We know that he is receiving care and resources and is expected to reunite with his mom. Fred?
That's amazing. It's absolutely amazing that this child was homeless and fell through the system. He was even arrested in Nevada. Can't make it up. Just can't make it up. And anything is possible. Anything is possible. But there is autistic individuals that are affected by homelessness, with research indicating that the prevalence of autism among homeless population is significantly higher than in the general population. So it goes on to talk about the study in the UK, the United States. Approximately 3% of individuals enrolled in HUD assistance were homeless at the time, with many facing extreme financial hardship. And that doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it really is. It really is a whole lot. There's social vulnerability. Autistic individuals often face challenges, social interactions, making it difficult to establish supportive relationships that can prevent homelessness. There is a big problem when it comes to change. And we know that Sebastian was told that he was going to be going to another school. He doesn't, autistic children do not like change. They will spaz out. They don't like it. One thing that
Krista, we're trying to keep this, sorry. We're trying to keep it positive, and you don't know that every child under 10 will not come home alive. So please don't make definitive statements like that. That's just not factual. Sorry, Jen.
No, that's true. It's true, Krista. You know, we really don't know. Just like, I mean, who was that kid that went missing? And it was like 2 days. And the officer found him in the woods. He was all jacked up and everything, but he was alive. So we just don't, I don't want, it's okay, Krista. We just don't want, you know, we can't say that every case is the same. When we talk about statistics, people lose hope. And hope is what keeps parents that have missing kids going. That every day, that hope, just like Brittany was saying, you know, some days are harder than others. And
well, and again, and I don't want to be harp on this, but if that's the attitude that police have, that's why we're in this problem, right? Like this,
exactly.
Like this is the kind of thinking that is why we don't find and bring kids home. So it's not, I'm not trying to be, you know, crap on you. We've got to remain positive, and that's what Jen's trying to tell us here in this whole stream. This child was found 3 years later. So let's just stay hopeful, please, because we really don't know. We don't know
Right.
until they're found. We don't know that they're where they are or what's going on, and hope has to stay at the forefront. I agree. Sorry, Jen.
Yeah. And I want to also share this too. So Connor, it says my browser lost connection. Can y'all see that? It says my browser lost connection, but I'm looking at it. I don't know. Okay, so Connor Jack, he went missing from his California home in 2019 and was found homeless in Utah. 3 years later, his mother reported, now listen to this is very important here. His mother reported that he left after being told he could go on a pilgrimage to find himself. And we know that Sebastian, huh?
I said what?
Yeah. He left after being told that he could go on a pilgrimage to find himself. And we know that Sebastian was told pretty much the same thing, that he was going to be homeless. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was told that he could be homeless, or that he was going to be homeless. And when you can't really talk to an autistic child the same way that you can talk to a child that doesn't have autism. Because they take what you say very seriously.
Yeah, they take things much more literally, I'm guessing. They don't maybe get the nuance. I'm guessing. I don't have direct experience, but I'm just guessing that they would take it much more directly and seriously as a matter of fact versus a nuanced suggestion, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, prior to the police identifying him, deputies had interacted with the homeless man several times. They had interacted with him several times. He was arrested in Nevada. So, I mean, anything is possible here. And although I think that Katie Proudfoot not being the number one advocate for Sebastian floors me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I continuously think that if you're not out searching for your missing child, then you must know where they're at or what happened. And I don't know how he would have became homeless. I don't know how Sebastian would have began his journey with that, but I want to remind everybody that there was an alleged sighting of Sebastian with 3 white men and a black man walking down the road in Georgia. 3 days after he goes missing, there was an alleged sighting in Georgia, a woman saying that she believed it was him. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Which pond?
Oh my God, Jen.
I would say it's one of the hot spots that we have on his map.
I
I would
mean,
say it's
okay,
one of the hot spots.
if you don't trust Jen's maps, because I get comments when you're on my channel all the time, I don't understand the maps. I just responded to one just before we went live, and it's like you gotta hang around because they're freaking accurate. That's crazy. We were just looking at the damn ponds.
Yeah. Yeah, you want me to pull them up?
Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, it's up to you, but let's see if we can get that news flash. We have time, unless you have time, not have time to go back to Sebastian here. But I mean, I guess it's all related, right? We're kind of talking about the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. So see, we
Yeah.
see a 7-year-old. We see the 7-year-old that goes, that is, he is of the age and on the spectrum to where he would wander and go straight to a pond and drown. It's so sad.
It's
It is
very
so sad.
just
Sebastian is not Sebastian. We can't compare Sebastian and Liam, but we can compare Sebastian with Connor Jack. You know, this event with Liam is rising in a Scorpio energy. Scorpio energy is trash or pond. It's a containment.
I'm just looking
contained.
for it. I don't know if it's the same story, Jen. I'm just
Yeah, let me see if I can, if anybody, yeah, let's see if we can find it. Hold on.
I'll pull up Dolly because I know Dolly's out there. And see, because he would be reporting on it for sure. He's got nothing. There's no updates from him.
Okay, you'll see it's 2 hours ago. Found in pond. Excuse me.
You found it?
But I'm not seeing, yeah. It says we are absolutely devastated. Excuse me.
Jesus,
Over the
they
past
probably
2 days. Okay, so they're devastated. They're not saying reported missing. So it's probably going to be that first pond that we were looking at. Let's see if this plays. See if it shows us.
Thank you for the update, Country Bulldog.
Let's see. Hold on.
Country Bulldog, rather.
God, so sad.
It is sad. Man, Jen, every time we do a stream together, you and I, it's the person's on your channel, the person's found or the case is solved while we're live. Maybe it's a good omen.
I know we did. Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Well, it's buffering. It's buffering.
Do you want me to see if I can pull it up on my end?
Yeah, let's see if you can do it on your end.
What channel is it on?
It's all over Facebook. They're saying it's all
I just
over.
can't get into Facebook on this channel because I stupidly created 2 accounts. That's my challenge.
Yeah,
They
and you can
blocked.
feel however you want to feel Detroit Rock City. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you not to feel a certain way. But sometimes we do have to change our mind, you know, and sometimes we're forced to. Unfortunately, we have no evidence. We the people, we just have no evidence, and you know, maybe he won't. Yeah, I know. Most people do. I mean, I flip flop back and forth, you know, wondering why in the hell Katie Proudfoot isn't being the #1 advocate for Sebastian. That's a telltale sign to me that she could possibly know exactly where he's at. And I think that that's, you know, most of us are on that page, but at the same time, I personally want to be open-minded and think, okay, there's other ways. Sebastian wasn't 7. He's not going to be found in a pond. He's not going to elope in the middle of the night. You know, he may have left home because he did not want to do what they were wanting him to do. He did not like change. He did not want to not be at his school. So, were you able to find it?
No, I can't pull up Facebook on this channel because I set up 2 Google accounts, not thinking. My YouTube's under a separate profile and I cannot access, but I've searched, and just 2 hours ago they were talking about them entering into their 3rd day of searching. So it's not mainstream yet. It's not
Okay.
mainstream yet. It's just Facebook, but I can't pull it up. Sorry, honey, on this
I
channel.
can pull up. Okay, let
Okay.
me look and see if I can find out exactly where he went missing from. That way we can get a better understanding of where exactly this pond is. I'm searching his name in Facebook to see. Let's see. That's so sad.
It is sad. I mean, it's, you know, they turn their
And it's
back for how many minutes and he's gone. Like, it's just, yeah. I didn't think it was foul play, this one. I really didn't.
they're not showing the pond just yet. I don't see it. I'm still looking though. Of course, it's going super slow.
Hey, from Vegas, how welcome
Tuesday
in,
morning,
and
so he was found. Which pond? Yeah, it's not showing the pond. But I'm going to say it's that one right there. It's the closest one.
can't see it.
Let's see. I don't see. I'm going to see if we have any images coming in yet. I'm sure that we will. We may just not, you know, it just may take a minute for us to get that information. And them them draining the pond, I'm assuming is how they found him, because it's so murky, you know, it's so murky, and the floor is spongy, you know, so it's not easy to see if you just have a diver in there.
No.
But draining it, you definitely will.
Surprised they didn't do that earlier.
Let's see, found in pond. Let me look at the images. No images. Dang it. Well, I'm going to just go out on the We'll look at this one more time. Share the screen. Let's just look at this one more time. So this is the area where I was thinking, because it's right there. And that is if he
We can't see it,
Went
honey.
Huh?
I was just saying
Oh,
we couldn't
shoot.
see it. It's there now.
Here you go. Okay. Okay, so this is the pond that is right there. And again, it's rising in Scorpio. It was rising, the missing event is rising at a 4 degree in Scorpio. North Carolina, they rise at an 8 degree in Scorpio. And this is where they are rising, which is there's a big pond here. And then if you look close, take off those, you see that there's a little area right here, a little area. And from the aerial view, it doesn't look big, but it could be big enough for a 7-year-old to, to drown. And then here's a bigger one. So both ponds are circled as a hot spot. That's the very first angle that I drew. And as soon as I saw that there, I was like, yep, that's probably where he's going to be found. And not to, I did look at the SOs and the trash just because rising with the Scorpio, but the two SOs that I found, they're outside of that rising. It could have been maybe a square, but even then I didn't think that was going to be, I didn't think it was going to be possible.
Null and void. We're looking at Jenn, if you're not familiar with Jenn, is a forensic astrologer. Sorry, I'm just eating a piece of cheese. I'm starving all of a sudden. And we're looking at Jenn's map because we were just talking about Liam King at the beginning of the live stream, and Jenn was saying that he would likely be found in a pond. These are forensic astrology maps that follow the astrological energy. And just now it was announced he was found unalive in a pond. And so we're going back and she's showing you what she just showed us at the beginning of the live, which was where he would likely be found. And sure enough, that's where he was just found. Sorry, just wanted to answer that for anybody coming in.
Yeah, that's okay.
It is
so I'm pretty sure
intriguing.
that this would be the pond. I'm pretty sure that this would be the pond. I mean, that's, just right there. This one, he would have to go through the woods. I mean, it doesn't look like a whole lot of terrain, but it is. Once you get to walking it, that's a lot. So that would have been, that's a little bit further away. And then this one was even further away. So I would say that it's this one because that's where the event is rising. It's rising with the pond, the water. And it's the other thing too, is that there was a full moon. He went missing at 11 o'clock, and in Asheboro, North Carolina, the full moon lunar eclipse was peaking at 2 o'clock. So by 2 o'clock, I would say that he went missing at 11. By 2 o'clock, he's already in the pond. That was my first initial thinking because he did go missing on that full moon lunar eclipse. Sad day for his family. Sad day.
Praise God. And they say they just turn their eyes for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And that's all it takes. That's all it takes. And he was unfamiliar. I don't know, had he been to this family member's house several times? Had he already gotten excited about going back in the water, being close to the water? I want to say that they actually lived. Let's see, where's the addresses? She lived right here. I want to say that she lives, I think that she could live here. I don't know, because you know how public records is, but this is where the missing Chiron that was conjunct the co-descendant was going with relationships. It was going this way toward her home. With relationships. So it's a head wound. Head wound. So we'll have to see what else is going to come about with this case. And I'm sure that they are going to do an autopsy. I'm sure that they will. Detroit Rock City, you didn't offend anybody, babe. I mean, I'm not offended by anybody's opinions, unless you're being disrespectful to me or Liane. I'm fine with other people's opinions, but I'm going to speak mine too, and I hope you're not offended by my my opinion either.
I hopefully it wasn't because I told Krista just not over. Hopefully it wasn't me, because I just want to make sure that we're all kind of in the same vibe of the live is my point. We're talking about hope here, so let's just stay positive. So anyway.
No, Detroit Rock City, have a lovely morning, everyone. Sorry if I've offended you. Peace. I mean, I'm definitely not offended. I welcome anybody's opinions as long as they're respectful, I just don't think that I think that Sebastian was articulate and smart. And I say was because that would be past tense and saying that I know that Sebastian is deceased when I don't know. So I don't know that Sebastian is deceased. If I knew that he was deceased, I would go to exact location and I would bring him home. I have no evidence that he is deceased. I have evidence that they were wanting to send him away. They wanted him gone. They were going through a lot of problems with courts. His sister, his stepdad told him that he could be homeless. And so did he decide to do that, or did they force him into doing something else? I don't know. Y'all can definitely, this channel, you can definitely say what your opinion is. I will not get offended. And I do keep in mind, yeah, he does know his father's number. If he wanted to leave, yeah, you're right. I'm sure Connor Jack knew his mother's number too. But
he may not have access. Like, it depends on
he
what
doesn't want to go. Maybe he was threatened. We don't know. We don't know the situation, the circumstances of why he would have left the house anyway, whether it was on his own or, how she was able to unalive him on the way home and get rid of his remains that didn't happen. Okay, so if the lights were something, and the law enforcement, they state that they could see it like it was daytime. There was no lights going in the back of the house. So I mean, are they lying to us? We just don't believe them. I don't know. But Connor Jack, we can say that would be a good comparison. Liam, these little kids that wander off and go into a pond and drown, that is not, that we can't compare that. That's not apples and apples. Not to me anyway. I mean, what do you think, Liane?
Sorry, I was just typing for Betty, just saying that Liam King was found. Compare what to apples? Just specify for me, honey, while I was typing.
No, it's okay. It's just where Liam is 7.
Yeah, well, no, and
nonverbal, loves water.
Right, and we didn't know if there was a
teenager.
Well, he's a whole teenager, and there's a history here. And that's why I said at the beginning of the stream, my spidey sense, my psychic sense tells me this is innocent and not that there's foul play. But, we had yet to really hear about the family, but just intuitively, I didn't feel foul play, and I felt he was going to be found pretty soon, and lo and behold. But in Sebastian's case, I don't get that feeling. And evidence, it's different because evidence has shown us that there's also motive, means, and opportunity. Where in this case, we didn't really know if there was any foul play from the parents. It just didn't get the sense. So not only is there an age difference, there's a lack of evidence to suggest anything otherwise. Whereas in Sebastian's case, and that's on Chris and KP themselves, because they're dumb enough to be speaking so arrogantly and so bold publicly that we've been able to form opinions. Same thing with Jack and Lily. The family have come out and made statements, and we've been able to glean from those opinions that there's conflicting statements that doesn't add up. So I think each case has to be presented with the facts, and sometimes we just don't have all the facts, and sometimes we have more facts. But in Sebastian's case, there's lots of motive. There was tons of motive, and yeah, he's way older and he's smarter and he's very, very capable, in my opinion, high functioning, and maybe did wander off for all we know, and we just don't know. You just don't know, but it is a different case. I agree.
Right. I think every case should be treated differently, and the law enforcement treating him as a runaway in the beginning, and having all kinds of people in and out of that house and all around it, just like Liane Green. She went missing. The car was they never did anything with the car that she was missing from, out of Dixon, Tennessee. I mean, they let the dad come and get the car. There was no fingerprints, nothing. It's just that you can't, it's like they assume that a kid is just, I guess, over the age of 10 or 13. I don't remember. They just assume that there's a runaway here, and we're going to.
Not only that, Kelly told us, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's always a lag. Kelly told us when he was on my live, we should see if we can get him to come on and we can both stream him again, Jen. He told everybody when he was on my live, this is for those of you that don't know, the founder of the 5e group, that when they're older than 12 or 13, the law enforcement are not obligated, legally not obligated to search for a child over, I think it's either 12 or 13 years of age in the United States. They're not legally obligated. So they take the level of seriousness differently, which is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And that needs to change. So, think about it with lack of resources, your cops, you've got unsolved cases piling up on your desk, and you've got new cases coming in. And if you're not specialized in missing kids, I think there needs to be specialty teams in missing kids. And I think they need to liaise with the FBI. There needs to be databases. But if you're not specialized in missing kids and you've just automatically assumed they're 16 and they've run away and you're not legally obligated to find them, well, there goes a whole different search level, in my opinion, than a 7-year-old who you are legally obligated to search for. There's a difference in the law. It doesn't make it right, but it's there. So, I don't know.
Exactly. Detroit Rock City, I said is, not was. I know. I said was. Detroit Rock City, I was talking about my opinion. I know you didn't say was. You said is. I said was. And we can all have a difference of an opinion and still be adults and not, you can come onto this channel and you can say your opinion. We can disagree. Liane and I aren't always agreeing. I mean, that's a part of, having a good relationship. We can agree to disagree. Just because, you think a certain way or I think a certain way doesn't make it so, especially without evidence. No way in hell do I think Sebastian would let anyone keep him away from his dad. If he could, he would have found a way to get to him. And that's your opinion, and you have the right to that opinion. And I would agree with that, but we don't know what Sebastian was told. We have no idea what his life is like with Chris and Katie. We don't know. We just don't know. And I think that we've got to, I want to make sure that I'm looking at all angles. And that's what you see on this map, because I'm an astrologer that maps the missing. So I'm looking at all angles. And I think that a good investigator should look at all angles and not just all of a sudden make up their mind, because, we locked Chris and Katie up and then they didn't have anything to do with it. That's not the way that the justice system works. So, they have to have evidence. And, I'm not taking up for the law enforcement by no means. They botched it in the very beginning. We don't know that house wasn't a crime scene.
But I
We
think
don't
they
know.
are quick to judge. I think they are too quick to judge. They did that in Jack and Lily. They assumed they walked out the backyard. They judged quickly to believe the parents' narrative. And now 3 months later, it's a cold case. They jumped to conclusions. Sebastian, they did the same thing. They jumped into a narrative and now they've lost the ability to go and track. They didn't do any luminol testing. They did absolutely nothing. You're just talking about Liane. They didn't test the car. This is the problem, is jumping too soon into a conclusion, I think, is part of the problem. So I think what we're doing here is trying to do what the police aren't doing, which is exploring other options.
Exactly. And we're not arguing. I don't know why you're thinking that there's an argument here. I'm being as nice as I can be. I don't know why we're not arguing. We can have a conversation and talk about the difference of opinions. That we should be able to do that without anybody taking offense. I'm not taking offense. What is
No,
my
me
take
neither.
on the night of the poker party? Well, I don't know if there was a poker party. I wasn't there. That is a rumor that I haven't been able to confirm. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I can't say that there was a poker party. The police would know a lot more than I do. I'm just a YouTuber, that Matt's missing. I have no idea if they had a poker party. Do you, Leanne? Does anybody know in the chat does anybody know for sure
No,
that there was a poker party?
no.
I don't,
And
I don't,
I've never really focused in on that because to me it's a side. It's not. It, I mean, it's not a truly relevant piece to me. It's like, where did he disappear from? Texas Roadhouse, or did he actually go home? To me, those are more important things than whether there was a party. If there was a party, what happened there? Like, that leads us to assume there's a connection. I don't know. I haven't found one.
yeah. Do you want me to pull up Sebastian's map leaving from the Texas Roadhouse or his?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Let
we're
me,
good. We're good, Detroit City. We love you. We're moving on. Yeah, let's go and
yeah,
see.
I want everybody to feel free to share your opinions. I don't want anybody to ever think that you can't share your opinion here. I want to be able to share my opinion. I want Leanne to be able to share her opinion as well. And I don't want a sense of opinion. I think that is, as long as we're respectful and everybody knows, everybody should know how I feel about, some of these channels that are
Well,
just downright disrespectful.
I also want to just make a distinction when I was commenting, because I hope it's not because of what I said with Krista. I hold mods to a different standard. My mods know, or should know, and Krista's one of my mods as well, to keep the stream on topic, to remain positive, to not, if Seth is in the chat, we're not going to talk about Sebastian not being a lot. There's certain standards that I would like my mods to hold themselves to. And so that's why I said that to Krista. So there's a difference between being a spectator and a viewer and commenting. In my opinion, this doesn't have to, relate to Jenn. It just, Krista's one of my mods, and I want her to understand when she's a mod on and channeling and on my channel when I'm streaming. If the topic is to be positive, stay with the topic of positivity. That's all I'm. So there's a different responsibility, and so please don't take my comment to a mod as something that applies to viewers, because there's a difference.
Yeah, we can all just, here we just, as long as we're respectful, I don't care. I mean, tell me your opinion. All opinions are welcome, and I think looking at all angles is just, that's how I work. I'm going to look at all the angles. I'm going to think about them and try to understand where I can find Sebastian.
But Detroit, I don't know where you're getting. See, I'm going to pull a coaching session on you for just a second, sweetie, because I really don't know much about you, but I know you're, in the chat lately. and on my channel, and I don't see anything. I think you're overreacting. She never got upset with you at all. I don't see where you're getting that. I was talking to Krista, not you, and I just don't understand where you're getting why
Yeah,
you
this is
think that she's arguing with you. I think you need to just go and sit and reflect, because I don't think anybody heard Jen arguing with you here at all. She's just trying to get you out of that frame of mind, and it's definitely not working. So I'm not sure what's going on. I
you
really
did
don't know.
you did not say anything wrong, Detroit Rock City. You didn't say anything wrong, and I definitely did not get angry with you.
No, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I've always, April, I mean, yeah, Jen has always been welcome to others' opinions as long as they are respectful. I don't know how many times I can say that. I don't understand why you would think that anybody got angry with you, honey. Yeah. So, this is distracting and I'm done with it. I'm done with it, and you can get upset with me saying that, but I am definitely done with it. We are grown folk here, and we are not going to go back and forth. We want Yeah, I mean, evidently you are. I'm sorry, but you are
Yeah.
overreacting. I mean, sorry, but you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
I hope that you stay with us and we can, just let this be a bygone and not, get yourself all upset in a frenzy thinking that anyway, I'm done. I mean, we're going to talk about Sebastian. Yes,
Yeah.
he has been.
Yeah. 9/11 day. He has been. We're just talking about it. I just
Yeah.
want anybody new coming in just to recognize, because I get a lot of comments on my chat about not understanding Jen's charts, and I would just say stick with it, because man, oh man, her charts are accurate. At the beginning of the stream, Jen started showing the charts of where Liam King might likely be found, and as we're here on this live, it was found. It's been reported he was found in one of the very ponds that she was just talking about. So, absolutely stick with it. If you don't understand the charts, it doesn't mean you won't understand them if you just stick around. Yeah, it is sad. It's very sad.
Very sad. So what we're going to do is we're just looking at Sebastian's map, and I've just got one pulled up. So this is what I'm going to start working on, because I do have schools. I've got hospitals now. So this is, I've got two maps. I've got one from his home, which is absolutely stunning when you think about all the lights and the cameras and all of that. That's very, intriguing to say the least. But if we do another map like this one, leaving from the Texas Roadhouse, where could he have went if he is homeless? Then the Salvation Armies in the different states could be put on the map, and we can talk about them. Like this one here in New York. This one here, and there's reason why I chose New York, because they have, other than California, New York and California have the highest population of homeless. And the other thing that I want us to take note of is that there's a degree in Sebastian's chart. It's a 29 degree and 50 minute. It's an anoretic, intense degree when you get to that end degree of Aries with him in the fifth house with how he creates. Okay. The connection that he has to California is a 2950. California has 2950 in their chart times 3, and Sebastian has it in his chart times 1, and it's the flame of life. Vesta, the flame of life, is a 2950. It reignites all the time when we are talking about Sebastian being alive or deceased. It's constantly going to reignite a flame where we are talking about his life. Okay? That 2950 is also found in New York's chart as well, in Cancer. Cancer is home, right? So there is reason to believe that this 2950 that connects to California and New York is because of their homeless population. And I've only recently just started looking at this angle, because I want to look at all the angles, because I'm not looking for just any theory. I'm looking for the theory that's going to find Sebastian. Whether I find him or somebody else finds him, there are different angles, there are different outcomes that maybe some of you haven't thought about. And when we compare it, Sebastian's case with Connor Jack's, it feels more of a better comparison than if we would say compare him with a child with autism that runs into the water, or that elopes. Sebastian could elope for sure and be in the woods somewhere. Did he get scared? Did he go in the woods and we just haven't found him? Did Sebastian get picked up and taken somewhere? I mean, all of that is possible, but there is an angle that I'm looking at today. Hence the reason why the title says Liane and I discussed Sebastian's Rogers case compared with Connor Jack Oswald. That comparison is being compared with homelessness. That's what this video, this live stream is about. That's what we wanted to talk about, was this angle. So that's what I'm going to be working on. I'm going to be working on looking at different ways, different places, and this connection. So this map doesn't have a whole lot of notes just yet. My other one does, and we can go and we can compare this map to that map as well. So this is going to be the missing Jupiter. The missing Jupiter that was in transit when he went missing was in the 5th house of kids. Jupiter wants to go far. Jupiter wants to go far. So in Taurus, the missing Jupiter is going to go far. If it was Mercury, we could be hanging out around the neighborhood. But Jupiter wants to go far. And this is a teaching line as well. And it's in good standing with desires for responsibility and accountability when he went missing from Texas Roadhouse. Not from his home, from Texas Roadhouse. From Texas Roadhouse. Capricorn is a business like Texas Roadhouse. Capricorn is about responsibility and accountability. Saturn rules Capricorn. And this is about teaching, about money and values. And then here we have the state of Tennessee. Their 6th house outer wheel. And this 2428 was in transit, where leads come in. That 2428 was in transit yesterday with Tennessee. The 6th house outer wheel is a 350. Sebastian has a 350 as well in his chart, where he connects to the state of Tennessee. I mean, I can't make it up. I like this angle. And I want you to see something too. Are y'all with me? Y'all with me? You following?
Ma'am.
Okay. This is interesting because the missing event and Katie are riding each other. They're so close, even so far away. They're so close. And this is where this is a 1425 degree that Katie has with her admetos. Admetos is a breakup. It's a breakup. It's a burden breakup with money, with values, things that we own, things that we possess. And there's a breakup here. And Katie's Neptune in Capricorn is hiding something, whether it be in the woods, at a business, with an older male, with woods, what have you. But there is something that there is a good standing with hiding here. So if she wants to hide something on this line, on this angle, this would be a good one to do. Astria is coming to that 1425 today in Sag. Sag goes far. Jupiter rules Sag. So there is a justice here today with Astria. And we're teaching. There's a higher learning here. There's also, so we've got Jupiter here, and we've got Selena. Selena is a teacher, and it's in the 9th house. So when he goes missing, Selena is traveling in the 9th house. It's about religion, philosophy, foreign cultures. It's long travels, and it has to do with the courts. This is what Selena is teaching us here. There is a teaching, a major teaching that is going on here. And then I add in Seth. Seth is showing up. He's a little further away. And this is where he has pain. He shares pain with his friend group here. And it's about money. It's about values. It's about the future with groups. And that future in the 11th house of groups could be definitely homelessness, because the 11th house, that's where Uranus rules. And if we want to look at homelessness, we're going to look at homelessness with Aquarius and Gemini. Gemini is the mental health. Aquarius is the groups. So this is what I'm going to be working on. And I'm looking at, like, this one is the Salvation Army. The other, I wanted to put where Connor Jack was found at the Jeremy store, just to see if it would pull anything on Sebastian's map. And it did. It did. Where the Jeremy store is here in Utah, there is a relationship that shakes him up. This is Juno in the 2nd house of Capricorn. Juno is a relationship. Capricorn is the business, the Jeremy store. And it challenges the magnetism with homelessness and the law enforcement. So I can't make this up. There is a relationship that gives Sebastian a conscious raising experience. Does he know Connor Jack? I'm sure he doesn't. But this is what the map is telling us, is that there's a relationship here that's found at the store. That's the Capricorn. Zeus is the magnetism. 11th is groups, homelessness. And Libra, that's the law. It's the justice. So I think that that this angle that we are working isn't just goofy. I think that this angle definitely needs to be explored, because at the end of the day, if nobody gets in trouble when Sebastian shows back up, if he is alive and nobody gets in trouble, it's because he's homeless. Astria bringing the justice, exactly. And there's another person too in this case that has that 1425. There's another person that Sebastian knows very well that has that 1425. It's not his dad, and it's not Chris. And there's a justice that's coming, and it's with a higher learning. It's with a higher learning going far. And that 1425 that this other person would have is going to be going north. It's going to be going straight north.
Who's
like
the other
going
person?
into
JP?
Indiana. So no, I'll tell you offline.
Okay.
But there's, yeah, I'll tell you offline. Let's see if okay, so this is it's going to be more going this way. So that other person that's got the 1425, theirs is in Aries. We just saw Katie's. The other 1425 is going this way. And that 1425 that they have is my Saturn in Gemini. And my Saturn, so the 14 that this person has is going up this way. And that's going into Kentucky, Indiana, and And then my 1425 that's coming into transit, asteroid is going to oppose my Saturn. And mine is going this way. My Saturn is going this way, going more into East Tennessee and into North Carolina. So I'm wondering if it's the 1425 that's going into North Carolina, is Liam, is it going to be about his map? Is there something we're going to have to see? Like, is he going to be found in another pond or, something like that? Or is it going to be something where there is an active investigation and he didn't go into that pond by himself? I don't know how this is going to work itself out. But I will definitely be observing it because, there's a teacher. There's a teacher that is teaching about money and finances in New York with Katie. And it's going into New York. It's going into Ohio and Kentucky. So I don't know. What do you think, Liane?
About him
What do
being
y'all
homeless
think?
at a homeless camp?
Yeah. Do you think that would be possible now that we've looked at Connor Jack's case?
I think it's
What are your
possible.
thoughts?
I think it's definitely possible. I still lean more toward him being in a residential school because he wouldn't have be given access to a phone call, but it's definitely possible. I mean, nothing is impossible. And I did hear something about carnival, which was very interesting, and I was like, what the fudge? It's like he was traveling like a carny. I think I told you when I heard that, and I was like, what the hell? What does that mean?
Yeah, I got to
But
step away for a second, Liane. I got to step away.
okay. Okay. So yeah, I mean, in the case of Sebastian, I mean, anything is possible again. I agree with Jen. I mean, he could have. Here's the thing. I do believe, because for those of you that don't know, I do work as a psychic medium. And I know it sounds crazy, but when I channel as a medium, a lot of mediums will tell you they get visions and hints. I actually telepathically channel. I just have entire conversations. Um, I don't know how unique that is. I just tell you and I have telepathically communicated with my mentors, my teachers, and at retreats and whatnot before. And I really feel like, I know it sounds crazy, but I really feel like I do channel Sebastian in a telepathic way. And he did tell me Kitty was very interested in what he said the last time, and I didn't want to say it right away. But he did come in and tell me he was mad. Sebastian's been mad at me the last few times that I've been looking for him because he says energetically through me in the channeling that he is sacrificing himself for his mother. He is sacrificing himself for his mother. So whether he's in a homeless camp or was taken to a residential school or wherever he may be, if this is true, if it's true that he feels he is sacrificing himself for his mother, then he wouldn't be calling Seth, right? Because I want you to go back to Texas Roadhouse and think what was going on that day in the conversation between him and KP. Nothing pleasant, in my opinion. He looked devastated. He looked sad. That's just what I pick up on energetically. So if he was being told the last time we've seen him at Texas Roadhouse that he needed to go away because he would have a negative impact on Chris's ability to get custody of Faith because of the reports that he made. Now think of what CP and KP have said. They have publicly come out and shamed him for exploring with his sexuality, for the fact that he was essayed and they never got him counseling, and God knows how he was coping with that. Exactly, Kitty. Did they brainwash Sebastian to believing that he needed to go away for their benefit? 1,000%. I believe they could have done that to him. And not like a 7-year-old would understand, but in a way that a 15-year-old would understand. So there's so many nuances in this case. It's really hard to say that he would absolutely call if he was call Seth. I agree with you. I agree that it seems odd that he wouldn't call Seth. But Seth has also said he's had missed calls from unknown numbers and he hasn't picked them up. So we don't know. He absolutely could have decided, hey, mom says they're taking me away. Frig that. I'm going to take off, and maybe he ran away. Absolutely, before he was taken away. That is distinctly possible.
Yeah,
So,
it's definitely possible. I've got why would autistic teen not call home if homeless? Several factors related to the challenges of autism, trauma, and the nature of homelessness can explain why an autistic teen might not call home. The teen might not have the capacity to communicate, fear of punishment for leaving, or feel safer on the streets than they did at home. And that is the case of Connor Jack. He felt safer on the streets, and we aren't autistic, so we don't know. We don't have 6q27 chromosomes. We don't know what that's like to be in that headspace,
well,
executive functioning. Yeah.
he surely couldn't have enjoyed his home environment given how his parents have publicly, stepdad and his mom have publicly come out and stated things about him. I mean, if that's what they're willing to say in public, imagine what it was like inside the home.
Right. And if you're talking bad about the other parent, and there was a lot of changes going on, he was, for some reason, Chris wasn't at home. He only came home for the parent teacher conference. We know that there was a parent teacher conference right before he went missing. We know that there was things going on with him and Nina, and that sideshow there with Faith. The kids were put in the middle, and I think Sebastian felt like he wasn't wanted. They're going to send him away, even though you can say, well, you're not in trouble, Sebastian. He may not feel like that's true. Maybe he does feel like he's in trouble. He's, they're punishing him, and he's not going to be around his teachers that he loves or his friends that he's met. There was things going on at school. We don't know what all they talked about in that parent teacher conference either. The police do. The police,
Well,
they know what was talked about.
Well,
But
what do
it
you think
says,
CP said to him when he was at risk of losing faith and all these reports were coming out? Do you think CP said anything loving to him? Frig,
right.
no.
Right. Or that Katie said anything, if Katie's talking, mad shit about Seth in front of Sebastian, or, talking to Chris about, any of that, then that puts Sebastian in the middle and it hurts his heart. Making fun of his dad hurts his heart. That when you make fun of a parent of a child, that hurts their heart. And I think that I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's cute. And I think that it's very distasteful when you have a missing kid. Making fun of their father isn't something that I think it's very trashy. And
Listen, I am so mad about that I am about 30 seconds away from sending that video to the FBI and swearing in all fucking caps, because I have their address, because they took my audio, saying, you emboldened with your statement, you fucking assholes. You emboldened this man.
Yeah, I bet you anything, Liane, you wouldn't be the first or the last that's going to do it.
No, like, fuck them.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for swearing on your channel, but
No, it's fine.
they fucking pissed. We should never, ever, ever embolden one family like Carter did. Ever, ever, ever. As a police officer, that's bullshit.
Yeah, it is bullshit. It is. But it goes on to talk about this AI mode. Why would autistic teen not call home if they're homeless? Executive functioning skills like planning, problem solving, organizing can be impaired in autistic individuals. A teen might not have the capacity to think how to get to a phone, charge it, find contact information, or even conceptualize a path back home. Some autistic people, that wouldn't really go for Sebastian, I don't think. But we know people are like, well, why wouldn't he have had his phone? Sebastian didn't have a regular phone like another 15-year-old. All he could do was call out. He couldn't, what good was that phone for him? He knows his dad's phone number by heart. But would he be scared that he was going to be punished? That's the reason why Seth is saying, hey, Sebastian, if you see this, you're not going back there. You're not in trouble. That's why Seth says that. I think, I don't know for sure, but I would say so. Some autistic people have limited verbal skills, high anxiety. A teen may know that they need to call, but become overwhelmed by the task itself, afraid of being in trouble.
Well, and you
Just
do
being
have to,
overwhelmed by it.
I can speak directly from having been raised in an abusive environment. Okay. I'm 56 years old, and it took me until about a year ago to find my voice, at 50 some years old. When you are the victim of abuse and your parents, you say white and they say, no, you idiot, it's black. Your entire life, you don't have the confidence. You doubt yourself. You feel like a shit for brains that nobody loves. You have to put yourself into the mindset of a child that's been abused and neglected. And when I see KP, my triggers go through the roof because I'm looking at my effing sociopathic, disconnected, shit for brains mother. And he might have been plagued with this kind of thinking for years, that he was no good, worthless. You have to remember that. And it took me years and years and years. I'm 56, fuck. I started a YouTube channel 4 times and canceled it because I was afraid to speak my truth. And so we don't know, everybody, what the brainwashing has done to poor Sebastian's mind. We don't
Right.
know.
You're an adult, he's 15, little kid. I mean, he still has so much, and they, we know that he is, well, he just wasn't, your typical boy. He wasn't a tomboy. We hear things like that from Chris, and we don't know the things that Chris actually said to him. We just don't know. We don't know the things that his mother has said to him, that anybody has said to him, because we don't know Sebastian. We don't. We just know of him. We really have no idea the way that he handled himself on the daily, except that he was on the high. He was able to go to regular school. But this goes on to say that many autistic individuals, especially adolescents, have a weaker sense of danger. They might not fully grasp how unsafe their situation is, and therefore not feel the urgency to contact home. So when Sebastian, when he went missing and the woman said, yeah, my son, was friends with Sebastian, and Sebastian told him that he was going to go and hide in the woods by the school and hide from his teachers and his parents. And Sebastian thought that that was funny. So we also know that there is a YouTube channel, Sebastian Rogers, where apparently they're hiding. You see a woman with a dog, they're hiding. Was that Sebastian's channel? We still don't know.
What?
The law enforcement hasn't said one way or the other if that was his YouTube channel. There's one upload from a iPhone 14. We know that he didn't have an iPhone 14. We know Seth doesn't have an iPhone 14. So whose iPhone 14 was it?
Was that the one that showed a dog, like a German Shepherd in a cabin? Okay, I do remember that now. Yeah.
Yeah. And they were hiding. And this woman had no idea that she was being recorded. So we know that Sebastian did do things like that. We know that. We've heard that. So I would say, and even though his mother said that he doesn't elope, I don't know that. I mean, I don't know that for sure. Don't know. Stressful, overwhelming situations can trigger autistic shutdowns. So anything that was going on that day with Katie, we know that he didn't get to play. He didn't get to bowl. There was stressful communications about him going away, a new school, knew this, knew that. And he wasn't about the changes. Nobody likes change, but for an autistic kid, they really don't. And they could definitely have a meltdown.
Well, and did he not already express to Seth that he did not want to go to a residential school?
Yeah.
So if KP's telling him that's the plan the night before at Texas Roadhouse, Did he escape out the front window and we just didn't see it? And he said, fuck it, I ain't going to residential school. Fuck this shit.
Right.
We don't know.
We don't know. One of the most significant reasons is that the streets may feel safer than home. Teens may have left because of conflict, abuse, or misunderstanding from family members who could not support their needs. Returning home could be perceived as a return back to trauma. The teen might feel exactly. The teen may feel immense anxiety and fear over getting in trouble for running away or fear of the family's reaction. And this can prevent them from reaching back out as the potential shame or punishment feels worse than their current situation. I mean, seems spot on to me. Because we know that he was receiving a lot of trauma and conflict within the family dynamic.
Well, I'll tell you something else from having a mother that ignored me. It's very painful to have a mother that ignores you. It's incredibly painful. And so if he was ignored, it's like feeling useless and unloved every day of your damn life when the one person that's supposed to care for you and look out for you doesn't really show you their love. That's living in a painful cesspool every day that he probably wouldn't want to be in.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we know that these things were going on, but we've got an autistic kid with this stuff. And when this is happening, just like we could even talk about Lily and Jack, but Lily is so much younger, but it would still apply that their environment, if an autistic child doesn't have a very good environment to express themselves and to be themselves, there's going to be trauma.
I just had a thought. My uncle was homeless, okay, my dad's brother. He was a lawyer like my dad, and they were partners together. And he went home one day and found his wife in bed with another man, okay? And there's a family, my dad's family has a history of mental health issues. And that triggered a schizophrenic episode. And he was homeless for 10 years before we found him, okay? In Toronto, came back missing his teeth and everything. He eventually committed suicide. But the point being, the homelessness I know from having researched and working with food shelters with a friend of mine that runs one in Ottawa, 80% of the homeless people suffer from mental health issues. Could he have been, and there is a phenomena when you are traumatized, like my uncle was, if you have a predisposition to maybe having mental health issues, and we know he had a missing chromosome, could that have triggered a state of sorts, which, like my uncle, where he was in a schizophrenic state, and he really, right? Like, we don't know. We really don't know. But I just thought about that, Jen, because the chart talks about health, and I'm wondering if, maybe he went into a complete spiral and panic and went into a state where he's not capable now. Like, he could be in some sort of state emotionally that makes him incapable of, I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there because that happened to my uncle. Just from seeing his wife in bed.
And
go ahead. It's okay. I'm just saying, like, you can have traumatic episodes that trigger a brain response that puts you in a frenzy. And it happened to my uncle. So did Texas Roadhouse maybe totally trigger something that freaked him out, and now he's in some sort of altered mental state? We don't know.
Right. We just don't know. We have no idea. I have no idea. So I'm trying to find that video. Let's see.
Well, and look at the last one. The chaotic and unpredictable nature of homelessness would shatter routines. But the night before, was that his routine at Texas Roadhouse that day? Was that a typical routine for Sebastian? Did that increase his feeling of being chaotic because that day was busier than the average day? I don't know. Just that was not necessarily a routine day. We don't know.
So this, I'm going to pull this up if I can. Okay, so yeah, so I want us to watch this because we don't know if this is Sebastian's YouTube channel. And I want to show you, it's now got 178 subscribers, but when he went missing and we found this was not, he didn't have but maybe 1 or 2 subscribers. So it was created January 14th, 2024. He goes missing the next month. Here's the video. And I want to pause this for a second because it says iPhone 14. iPhone 14.
Yeah, Jeannie, we know, honey. Just Jeannie's saying Liam's been found. We know. We go back and rewind, honey.
Yeah. It's called banter. It's called banter, not arguing. Okay. Do you understand that, Liane?
Well, I think people are coming in late to the chat and they're watching us talk with Detroit here, and so that's why you're getting things that are out of date coming in the chat. So go back.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
I was like,
Yeah.
I don't understand. Some things I don't understand through the text. Sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. Yeah.
And I don't understand what it's called banter. It's called banter. What
well, it's not arguing. When we were bantering, banter is like a friendly like debate, if you will. Like you and I debating.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like you and I think differently
like a
about
teasing or something. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
You and I. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna watch this video. It's not long at all. And this was from Sebastian Rogers. We don't know if this is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers or not, but I think that it is. I think that it is, whether or not law enforcement has checked it out, what they have said. They haven't said anything about it. But it says, connect your devices to your new Wi-Fi network. Use the Wi-Fi name, blah, 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 internet gateway. But this is an iPhone 14. Okay. So we're going to look at this. That was it.
I thought it was longer than that. There was a dog that could be seen. There's the dog.
There it is.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And then, of course, I commented on it as soon as I saw it. And other people did as well, because they were thinking that it could be Sebastian. How does anyone know if this is from the actual Sebastian? Obviously, we don't know for sure. We don't know, but I think that it is interesting that this was uploaded on January. Well, it was taken on January 14th and then uploaded on January 16th from an iPhone 14. And all it is one video. Somebody recording a woman and
strange. Yeah.
But an autistic kid would do things like that, especially a Sebastian Rogers.
Well, Lola, what makes me curious about this one is, the talk of, did he get lured out? Was he talking to somebody through his Xbox he was playing? Was he connecting with somebody that convinced him life's bad there come with me and that's sort of him. I don't know, but it is interesting. Like that person that's videotaping is hiding the videotape of a woman walking a dog. It's not like this
Right.
woman knows she's being taped. It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's under something. It looks like he's under something and he is recording a woman. And that would be something that an autistic kid, especially one that's got an iPhone 14 in his hands,
Yeah.
something that he might do. And where was he? We don't know. We don't know that was Sebastian or not. But
Lola makes a good point. I wonder if Sebastian knew something was happening, was leaving little signs and hints.
I mean, that's possible. Yeah. Yeah, it does look like he was under a porch. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was under a trailer. Could have been under a trailer. He was under something. Whoever this Sebastian Rogers is. Right. Right. I don't think he was really focusing on the woman as much as the doggy. But I don't know. I would say that, an iPhone 14 at this time, the iPhone 14, I don't even know, to be honest, to say that the iPhone 14, I don't know what's the newest phone, but I would say
Oh, it would have been brand new, state of the art back then.
Yeah, one of
I think.
one of his family members, maybe. I don't know.
Well, somebody with money because they're not cheap.
They're not cheap.
I'm just gonna pull up release date for iPhone 14. iPhone 14 release date, September 16th, 2024. So I guess not longer than I thought, but so 2022 rather. So 18 months?
Yeah. So it's
Not even
fairly
18
new
months.
phone, a fairly new iPhone, right? So
Yeah.
we've got a high, a very expensive phone that person, Sebastian Rogers, is using to record. And there's only one video, and it's that video, and it's before he goes missing. And of course, as an astrologer, I've got that chart. I've got the January 14th and the 16th when it was uploaded. Oh yeah, they're very expensive. So moving on to what AI is saying, why a child or a teenager wouldn't call home. Low self-esteem, internalized stigma. The teen may have internalized negative feelings about being autistic. They may believe they are a burden. Did he believe that he was a burden? I would say probably so. Because if they don't want you there and you're having to go somewhere, then you're a burden. They could be ashamed to reach out for help. Inhospitable shelter environments. Many homeless shelters are chaotic, loud, crowded, which can cause severe sensory overload and meltdowns. A teen might choose to stay on the streets rather than face the sensory nightmare of a shelter, limiting their access to a phone or consistent communication. And we saw who was Connor Jack around? Nobody. He was outside of a store. He wasn't at a shelter. He was by himself, right? Freezing outside. And he's by himself outside of a store. So he was probably staying at that store to try to help stay warm and to have food, but not be around a whole bunch of other people. So when people say, well, I don't think he could be homeless because them homeless people, they're going to once they find out that he's missing, they're going to cash in. But that doesn't mean that he is actually around other homeless people in shelters. We just don't know if that would be the case. Like Connor Jack was by himself, by himself. Lack of routine. Autistic individuals can rely on consistent routines to feel safe and regulated. The chaotic and unpredictable nature of homelessness would shatter any routine, causing extreme stress and distress that would hinder the teen's ability to focus on communication. It would be the stress, like you were saying, Liane, the trauma, the stress, that could lead him into being shut down and just not wanting to reach out to anyone because he doesn't feel safe. I don't know. I just don't know. But it's a working theory. And I think that all the theories, I want to work all the theories out. I don't know how it would have happened, how he could have become homeless. But that has been a theory of Chris's too, is that was a theory that Chris had said early on, is that, maybe he's homeless. Maybe he was lured out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if he's lured out, he's going to be lured out by somebody that he definitely knows. It's not going to be somebody that he doesn't know. And he did confide in his grandmother. He confided in her. Nobody else. He confided in her. But he didn't reach out to her to go and stay with her. And he hasn't reached out to anybody that we know of since he went missing. But there has been an alleged sighting in Georgia of a homeless person looking like Sebastian 3 days after he went missing.
Well, there's been a lot of sightings of Sebastian lookalikes. He's got a lot of doppelgangers out there. Wow.
Yeah, that one in North Carolina was very much looking like him.
And what's the one at Grandfather Mountain? I thought that was him for sure.
I did too.
And I'm still not convinced it's not him.
Yeah,
I'm still not convinced it's not him.
Right. Fred and Sheila, Fred was like, and why would you drive all the way there? Why wouldn't you just call law enforcement? If your kid is missing, oh, that's right. Your kid's not missing. And if it looked just like your kid, are you not going to jump in the car and go?
Well, no offense to Fred, but he's former law enforcement, and he's got the former law enforcement Kool-Aid situation going on like Jennifer Coffendorfer is. He suspects, and his belief is that narrowly focused, and that's not a criticism, it's just a plain fact. His perspective is coming from the fact that law enforcement do everything they can to tie up all the loose ends. And that is just simply not the fact. And I know I have had lots of conversations with law enforcement, both witnessing crimes, both trying to solve crimes as a psychic medium, both with family situations that were dangerous. And as a coach, let me tell you, very few law enforcement ask the right questions, in my opinion. Very few are trained and skilled at asking the right questions, in my opinion. And most of them make a conclusion within 30 seconds, in my opinion. So, did they properly, when this child showed up at, whatever mountain, whatever it was called, Grandfather Mountain, and those situations, are they really asking the right questions? Like, if we believe all of everything that the law enforcement has put out, then we might as well just close the true crime community up, because the whole purpose of standing here is saying our systems don't frickin' work. We can't always trust everything law enforcement says they followed up on to be, sorry, I just don't trust them in my experience to do 100% valid job, to prove to me that that wasn't Sebastian, to prove to me that Sebastian didn't leave the house, that they wasn't taken from the house. Like I have too many experiences with them where they, in my opinion, and I trained and paid $30,000 to become a coach to ask questions that are powerful. And they, for the majority of them, in my opinion, suck at investigative skills. Sorry, I'm just saying it. That's my reality. So I never assume a law enforcement report to be accurate, because that means I have to tell myself that the person I've never met, a person whose name hasn't even been disclosed, that I trust they are competent. Well, that's like saying every doctor in the world is competent, every lawyer in the world is competent, every accountant in the world is competent. Bullshit. Not every law enforcement is competent. And so we cannot be quick to judge every conclusion they come to as fact. We just can't. Sorry. Off my soapbox.
No, you're fine. Jeff, I don't know if you're in here listening, but somebody just came and got the work van. He may have texted me. No, I was like, who is this? And just pulling up and just getting in the car. Okay. Um, but I was listening to you, Liane, and I think that you're exactly right. I mean, it's frustrating, very frustrating.
And that's why Steph and Layla's parents are not giving up, and they're not just listening to law enforcement, and they're refusing to just say, and that's what she was very careful to say, listen, I appreciate they're doing what they think they can, but that doesn't mean they're trained and skilled enough to do it properly. And we have a problem with missing people, and there's a reason, and it's based on the system and the law enforcement, and it's widespread, and we cannot assume that every cop knows how to do their job. We just can't.
Well, I mean, we see it all the time. We hear about it all the time where, they're falling through the cracks.
Yeah.
Oh, he's autistic. Oh, let's look at all the pawns and let's play Eye of the Tiger. And I mean, okay. I mean, this isn't a little kid. We're not dealing with a little kid. Just because the statistics say that an autistic child is going to go straight to the pawns. Okay, yeah, an autistic kid would, but we're talking about a teenager. He's 15. He can swim. He
Well,
doesn't like to get dirty. He's
and
not going to be out roaming around in the middle of the night without shoes, stepping on, bugs and stuff like that. He can't see. I mean, she didn't even have the porch light on. So it's completely black. I mean, no, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. Would she have helped him? Would she have helped him on his journey? Did she give
well,
him a picture, seeing a picture of who could be Sebastian in Gatlinburg? I mean, you
well,
just
and
never know.
we were given a bit of a hint in the FBI's news release that they just put out. I think they listened to the report because they reference it in their own article that they consulted with an organization that says that most autistic kids run away and will be found in water. So did they listen to that advice? Again, yeah, it might be a statistic, but not everybody falls into the statistics. So did they narrowly focus in on, did he run away? Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah.
They said it in their own freaking report. And that is the problem. They're trying to solve cases with they're under-resourced, understaffed, and undertrained, and Kelly Snyder would be the first to tell you.
Right.
And so they're jumping to the fastest conclusions that make the most sense for their own practical piece. And not every case fits all the tidy boxes. And so I think they assumed Sebastian walked out the door because they listened to mom and dad, and they probably followed the experts. And there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of that. None.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, he's not a little kid. He's 15 years old. 15-year-old teenager. He's definitely not going to be roaming around and drown in a pond. And the fact that they thought that shows you that there's not a whole lot of common sense there. And yeah, I mean, that may not have been Sebastian. It may not have been Sebastian. We don't know who.
No.
But that was definitely uploaded before he went missing. So I don't know if he would have crawled up under a trailer or not. I just don't know him. I don't know Sebastian. I have no idea if he would have done that or not.
Can you type in? I'm just making soup because I'm starved. Can you type into chat and just see if it can reference how many Sebastian Rogers there are in the world? I'm just curious.
Let's see.
Like, what are the odds?
Right.
Because it's weird.
How many? Rogers are there? My son's FaceTiming me. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, when are you heading this way?
Soon.
Okay, I'm on live, so.
You're what?
I'm on live.
Okay, love you.
No, that's okay. What were you going to say?
No, you're on live.
No.
I'm going to say it to everybody.
Oh. Well, you want to. Hold on. I'm going to mute myself for a second, Liane.
Okay. I'm just making soup in the kitchen because I'm starving because I woke up and went on the live stream and didn't eat. So I'll be back and see what's going on in the comments in 30 seconds. Okay, let me come back. Oh. Let me see what y'all are saying in the comments. Okay.
Sorry, he's letting me
No
know
worries.
that it'll be about 3 o'clock before he gets out here. But
Okay.
it doesn't say it says it's impossible to know the exact. But
Okay.
you know the fact is that video was uploaded. It's only one, and it was uploaded before he goes missing. And we can pull that chart. I mean, I can pull the chart and I can talk it out. No doubt about it. Because the 14th, I think that they might have been out of school for snow. I don't remember. But I remember I researched it and I checked into it to see if I thought that it could be him. And I was leaning toward, it could be him.
Which video are you talking about now? Which one?
And that he would have been using the video of him under a that could be him under
that one. Okay. Yeah, a trailer. Yeah.
Yeah, and it looked like that he would be on a cell phone, like either Terry or Kathy's phone. He would have been using that, but I don't know. You know, the other thing too with this map, let me turn these off. Is the Culvers. There's something about the Culvers, and we haven't really heard a lot about Culvers, and it's right there. Hold on. It's going slow. Where's the missing? Okay, yeah, y'all can see it. Y'all can see it. Hold on. So the Culvers is going to be right here. Right there. We haven't heard anything about any video, what their interaction was like at Culver's. Have y'all heard anything about Culver's? Because whatever was going on at Culver's is there's an intensity that's coming in the future, but there is something here that is grounding, like a ground wire. There's something that is grounding the intensity when he leaves the roadhouse. So I'm curious to know more about Culver's and what his experiences were like there. Let me show you why. Let me show y'all why.
Is that's the department store kind of place?
Shop. Okay.
Okay.
But it's big. They have other there too. I wonder if he ran through the park a lot. You know, I want to talk about Culver's though, because this is where we are seeing, and we can go down and look at the where it's going. But the state of Tennessee, their 11th house of groups there's a good standing here with the 9th house. So the 9th house with Vesta, this is the flame of life in Leo. And it's in a good standing with Uranus and Libra. So that means that the state of Tennessee and other agencies with video and the flame of life with Sebastian here. So I know that they've got a video. I know that they have seen Sebastian and his mother here. The state of Tennessee, their Venus is here as well. So we have the flame of life with Vesta. We have Venus. And this is in the 9th house of higher learning. The 9th house could also be about a grandparent. And so I don't know if Kathy or Terry would have brought him here. If this was kind of like a regular place that he would come to, I don't know. And anybody that knows, just let me know. KP said he loved the malts there. Okay. He liked the malts there and he would get extra. Okay. So that's Culver's. And then we've got Melissa. She is transformed here. For some reason, she's got a lot of transformation here. The TBI, their 4th house of home. Mars is in Leo. So there's a lot of action with the mother and TBI here. TBI and Katie, because it's the 4th house of home. That's mom. Real estate. There's a lot of action, a lot of initiating energy that the TBI has here. So do you see what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm really interested, because this is the first place that we come to that's right next to, not far from, the roadhouse. And then if we keep, let me see if the natal is here. The natal is here. This is where the south node is. So the south node in Leo, this is actually where the DA is going to have their north node. So see what I mean? So we have a north node for the DA. What's the north node, you ask? It's the fate, where the DA is going. This is where Sebastian has been. So where Sebastian has been is where the DA is going. With the fate, there's a fate here. The DA gets shaken up here with possible evidence and or groups networking video as Uranus and Leo trines Venus and Aries. Okay. The Venus and Aries. So let's look at that. So the Venus and Aries is going this way.
Is this the new DA, Jen?
And Aries could be a car. Aries could be a car. So yeah, this is the new DA. I've just started adding him in. I got 4 angles.
Well, let's hope he has some cojones and some integrity.
Look at this. But the DA is shaken up. So we're that angle with the DA that's going over Culver's, it's getting shaken up here. Okay, so Venus could be about evidence. The Uranus that he is shaken with is about groups and networking and video. The Vesta in the 5th house of Aries, that 2950 that goes to New York and to California with homelessness is going this way. The DA gets shaken up. We got a lot of warring here with Sebastian. The Tennessee 5th house of kids. This is the outer wheel and Aries. The missing north node is going this way. There's a lot of disordered aggression here. There's things that are happening along here. The DA, this is where the DA shines. And it trines the south node. So we could be looking at a car here.
Could that be the drop-off spot that maybe they were brought him to?
This could be a drop-off spot. This could be a drop-off spot. I think that there's a church here. Let me look. Look at all of those. Hold on. So this church, they would have cameras.
No,
would
Krista, they
think.
don't go to the house. This is originating from Texas
Oh,
Roadhouse, I believe. These lines
yeah, this
originate
is
from
from
Texas
Texas
Roadhouse.
Roadhouse. So instead of looking, 'cause we know, yeah, and we know exactly what time he left Texas Roadhouse. And so we want to see what that is going to show us, because it's more of an exact time that we can say, okay, he definitely left Texas Roadhouse. Now, where did he go from here? If you think that Katie offed him, then you want to look for him between the roadhouse and the house. And if you think that she didn't, let's go down here. So now we're see the little man is right here. It's going that way. Going toward that DA line. So let's keep going that way. So now we're past that line. Let's see if there's any drop off. Oh, I know where the drop off is. We're about to come up on it. There's a possible. Hold up. There's stop. It's going to. Let's look at this angle. I'm just going to take off all of this and just look at the DA right now. His Saturn in Aquarius. So this is where the DA needs to put in a lot of work, especially when it comes to Katie and any type of video right through here. So this area right through here could be a home. Or it could be, this is where I think I don't know if I create, this is a, you got houses here, but you've got the fence line, farmland, and then you've got this area right here. Oh, this is at 2249 Stop 30 Road. So we got a gate here. Oh. Why is it not? It's driving me nuts. Come on. So we got a gate here, and then there's an opening here.
Marie,
gate
just
opening.
This is the theory. Sorry, Marie. I know Jen jumped into this a little bit, but I was following, and I don't know, maybe you missed, but this is based on the theory that he never made it home from Texas Roadhouse, because we don't know for sure that he made it home. So this graph that Jen's looking at is under the assumption that the last place he was with KP was at Texas Roadhouse, and from there he was dropped off or something happened. It's not the assumption that he made it home that night. So this is a different theory, different perspective.
Right. So it would be, okay, so there's the gate. There was a gate here, and then this is a side road right here. That's you got woods on both sides. So you can't pull in there, but you can pull in right there. Seth receives leave here. So he receives a lead and divine justice with Astri and Capricorn. That Astri and Capricorn is the same degree that Seth has in his 7th house of relationships and partnerships with the TBI. Okay, so we're looking at this. Here's the missing Pluto in Aquarius, the transformation that would take place with Sebastian in the future that brings a justice to home and to mom, or a home or homelessness. Because Cancer is about home. And it does make you wonder, would he have been, there's something here because we got the DA and the DA just can't, he can't find the video. There's something about video and groups here. Limits and obstacles for the future with justice at home. It's going over Hurt Road. And I mean, see, the DA this is the missing 5th house of kids. This is the car. The Mars is the car. Venus is evidence, is the car and evidence with video. Lots and lots of work that the new DA would have to put forth in order to find evidence.
We could do a deep dive on the new DA, figure out their birth date and figure out what kind of person they're at.
Oh, we're doing it right here. We're definitely doing it.
I know, but are they going to speak out and come out against Craddock if they like? Are they going to follow in line? Are they going to be able to get, I don't know, that kind of thing? Do you think they will? Like, based on the chart, this person might be better suited to bring the awareness and the truth out? Because the DA suggested a
North node, actually, his North node. Yeah, the DA, that North node goes all the way to Puerto Rico. And his North node is a 1522. Puerto Rico has a 1522 in their chart, so I don't know. There's a lot of things to think about here. A lot of things to think about. Yeah. Well, Diane, we're not, let's see, how can I say this? So I'm an astrologer and we're working the astrology angle, and Liane is a psychic medium. So we've teamed up, and this is what we are doing. And I can't chase all of the addresses that this woman that you're talking about, Diane, I can't chase all of them. She's got so many addresses. I don't know which one to go to. No, you're fine. You're fine, Diane. Just, there is a lot of things that she has said, like in the beginning, that Donna has said that has created, like even days that I was searching for Sebastian, it created me to think, oh, well, this is what she said. There's a tractor here. Should we look at but there's a lot of tractors in Tennessee, so I have to pull myself back and go, hold on. I can't really use a tractor because they're all throughout Tennessee. There's tons of tractors. There's tons of barns. Well, I see a barn, I see a tractor. I need an address.
Well, a barn and a tractor pretty much describes every farmland in the whole country. So, it's not specific. So.
Yeah, the old map of Sebastian's, I probably have 30. Excuse me. I probably have 30 addresses that she had given multiple people, and they had emailed me wanting to put it on Sebastian's map. But most of those addresses, people live there. people live in those homes. So are these how would we even search somebody's home? Hey, knock, knock, knock. We have a feeling that Sebastian could be here in your basement. How would you even search that? But this angle that we're looking at today is not, we aren't looking for Sebastian deceased. So right now we are looking at an angle that hasn't been explored, which is homelessness. Liane and I had been talking about schools. Now we're talking about homelessness. So we're just, trying to work these angles if Sebastian is alive. Right, Liane?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the
Absolutely.
jamboree.
Well, the other thing
And
I'll
honey, you
say,
can say, I'm not upset.
sorry, go ahead, hon.
Oh, she said, I decided to drive Center Point Road because I had a hunch there'd be less cameras or license plate readers, and it's closest to the entrance to the subdivision where Sebastian lives. Yeah. I've been, I've covered all of that. It exhausted me to be completely real. It was exhausting trying to figure out the woods that we would need to search until I just figured out, he may not even be deceased. We are looking in the woods, and we've been doing this for months. Been looking in the waterways, been doing this for months. What if he's alive? What if he's alive? So that's the angles that we're working right now.
Can I just chime in for a little bit more with
Yeah,
respect to the psychic thing, if that's okay with Diane? Because this
yeah,
is
please
really,
do.
I wanted to mention this the other day because it's really important, because I think some people might be confused. Okay, because I have, when it comes to psychic mediums, I have worked and was trained to work in a group solving cases. Okay, but we all trained under the same mentor, knew each other's strengths as psychic mediums, and really understood each other. And when you're working with another psychic medium, if you are in the same room and you're talking about the same exact facts and you're in the same energy, yes, you can glean stuff from one another. But to go back to another psychic's visions when you weren't there, you don't know the energy, it doesn't work for me as a psychic, and definitely not for the charts, because every psychic medium, it's the same concept as police. They do it through, you know, phone taps and emails and things that they can access, bank accounts and things. Psychic mediums get certain downloads and information, but they're specific to them, because that's how your guides know you will understand and properly interpret the vision's meaning. So for someone else to go and tap in who wasn't there at the time, not in the energy, doesn't understand, it's 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 not a good base to start from, if that makes sense. It's a flawed basis. It's working under the assumption that, because I can tell you personally as a psychic medium, and I have had visions since I was a teenager, okay? Not every vision is equal. Not every case does every psychic get the same hits. Like, I'm having a harder time with Sebastian than I think I will with Layla Santinello, because I can just tell the energy is primed for whatever reason. My guides want me to have information here. So I can't go, neither can Jen go and say that Donna Serafina in that moment was tapped in properly, was getting the guidance, cleared her chakras, was basing on the right evidence. Like, it's like you're asking me to do the same thing, or Jen to do the same thing with the FBI's or Carter's statement about Sebastian. Do we know that Carter has truthfully done his job? No, we don't. And it's not to disparage Donna, it's just not every download is equal. Not every hit is equal. Not every psychic medium is talented, and not every psychic medium is meant to solve every case. So I know that sounds like a lot, but it's just, I don't ever look at other psychic mediums, because that's like saying I trust Craddock. And it's not, again, to disparage her, it's just I don't know her. I don't know her level of talent. I don't know what she did to prepare. And trust me, in psychic mediumship, the questions you ask are paramount. In tarot, the same thing. If I don't ask the exact same question, I'm going to get different answers. So when you all ask me to check and look at other readers, it's like, I won't do that, because that is telling me that you're saying I should trust someone else's vision above my own. And I'm never going to do that. I'm never, ever going to do
I
that.
don't think you should either. Yeah. And, just like I'm evolving AMAP studies, when I told them I'm going to evolve these studies because I'm not trying to look at their work. I'm trying to evolve it. I'm trying to place more on the map that can help me find the missing, and because there's something that we may not be doing that they didn't do that I could do, that could bring about a better science to this study, because that's all I'm doing. This is a study, and there's only so many people that do it in the whole world. And there's not one person that does it like me in the entire world that I have found. But,
Yep.
we all have our own, but, I think that you explained it very well, because that's exactly what was happening to me when I saw the tractor and I saw the barn, and people where I was with was like, oh my God, I said this. And I'm like, I was feeling like we should search there, but at the same time, I'm like, just because somebody said, I want more. I need more.
Well, if
Because
we are meant to solve
barn
this
and a
case,
tractor, they're everywhere. Well, she said
well,
a barn
yeah.
and a tractor. Okay, well, they're everywhere here in Tennessee. I can ride up and down my road, and I'm gonna show it just about every farm
Well,
around here. Even little bitty farm is gonna have a tractor.
And I'm going to say this, and I don't normally support law enforcement so well, but I'm going to say this too. This is exactly what law enforcement are saying to us, keyboard warriors, quote unquote. They have got their plan of action. They have their intel. And when we flood them with intel that is psychic, they're like, don't mess my freaking theories up. Like, stay out of my lane. It's the same concept. It's the same concept.
No, Diane, we're not like looking into her. We're just talking, because I think that you bring up something that a lot of people do bring up, especially in this chat or in Leanne's chat. They bring up, other people, especially Donna, because she is, she's got a big YouTube channel, and a lot of people, they have come to me with addresses that she has given them. And so it makes it a little bit more difficult for me when I have 50 addresses that she's given me that are personal addresses to people's houses that I don't even know how
we get search
Sebastian would have known them, so you can't go into a personal property and doing it like this. I've got, the marker that you see right here. This is a store. So this is the Long Hollow Jamboree store. You know where that's at. You know where that's at. So what I found interesting is that the DA is writing a line with the missing event, and this is in the 5th house of kids. In the 5th house of kids, and Sebastian's a kid. And this is where he is slowed down, because there is a lot of work that we have to accumulate in order to find any type of video, because Saturn in Aquarius is about video. This is going to be about video or homelessness as we get on up into, if we were to pass, a homeless camp on here, it could be the same thing. And South Node, things that he learns, things that he has taught Sebastian could be actually found through here too. And then there's Stafford Court. That's where Sebastian went missing from. So the old address, the old map that I have from him leaving home, it's completely different than this map. And this is what Seth is learning. In the future, this is what Seth learns, is that his kid is gone. He went poof without any evidentiary value. I know who you are, Diane. Yeah. Yeah, I love Lady Freedom. She's great. She's a good one. Yeah,
Yeah, it was
I
nice to see
remember
you out there.
Diane. You're a
And I
sweetheart.
and I agree with you, Diane. I was just typing a response. I agree with you that when we collaborate like this, it's way better, and that's why Jen and I chose to collaborate. But they're also two different mediums, and if let's just say Psychic Sleuth or Donna Saphira or whatever wanted to work with me, that's fine. But I would never say that I can validate her findings unless I'm in the same room with them at the same time. If we were on Zoom together, and because otherwise I'm talking an apple and she might be talking an orange. It's just and so it's just I agree. Getting together collectively, and it has been done, and I have done that with other psychic mediums. In my opinion, if you're in the same room at the same time in the same energy, is the only way to really properly work with psychic mediums as a group. That's just my opinion. I'll move on.
Yeah. So what I'm doing here is I'm just looking because, here is we've got the store with these lines going up here with the DA. And I want to see this area with the DA and the missing event here. And take just a little closer look here and see what all's around. And you being familiar with the area, you'll know where I'm at. So this is a little store. We got horses. No, that's a straw firewood. Now we're getting into the garden. This is a dead end. Let me let it. Well, I think when we all work together for a common cause, great things can happen. Oh, come on. So there's a lot of dead end. This is on Montgomery Drive. It did look like summer. Now it's winter. So I'm going to move on from that one. But I'm looking at the DA, because I'm just now adding him in. And I think that it could give us, because his north node, y'all, the north node is going to Puerto Rico. And I'm hoping that, has she given me an address yet? I was hoping that Cinderella would give me an address because she said that there was a Montessori school
In Puerto Rico, do you want me to look for
New
it?
Freedom School in Puerto Rico.
I'll look for it.
Yeah.
New Freedom.
Yeah. So I can put it on the map and we can go ahead and make sure. Yeah. Yeah. They do blow my mind too. That's why I love doing it. That's why I love doing it. And the more that you watch Lola, you're definitely going to understand. It's really not a difficult concept to grasp. But the more that you watch it, it's going to become a lot clearer how this method is done and how it can, we're looking at behavior. We're looking at the behavior from the Texas Roadhouse, and we're looking at all the angles to see the behavior with everybody, past, present, and future. This isn't just when he goes missing. This is going to wrap itself back around when he's found. Guarantee you. I've done it for years, hundreds of maps. And if you've got a missing kid, all you got to do is don't even worry about the lines. Just go to where the circles are, the hot spots. You can turn them on, turn everything off, and you just go to those hot spots and you look. So we're going into the woods.
Put it up
here.
for you, hun. I put it up.
Okay, thank you.
Who we are.
Oh, let me see. What is the address?
It is Diego Avenue.
169.
Yeah. San Juan, Puerto Rico.
169 Diego
Avenue. San Juan, Puerto Rico. Zip code 00927. They serve children from 3 to 18 years. I just keep thinking about he'll be back. We'll see him when he's 18. And a lot of these places only keep them till they're 18.
But what about what would be the end game there? Like, how would they not get in trouble? You know?
Well, if it's an underground one like we saw, it could be.
Look at that.
Thank you, Lola. What's that?
Yeah. So this is where the DA, this is where his this is actually not his south node. This is his north node. I need to take that out. That S. So this is the school.
Oh my God, look at
This
the
is
line.
his north node. So where his north node is where Sebastian's south node is. Sebastian's south
Holy,
node, north node. Yeah,
that's
this is
significant.
he's faded. So he's faded
That's
with
significant.
yeah, he's yeah, because look, he's faded with the Leo's school. Leo kids. It rules the fifth house of kids. I don't know the DA's, you know, look at the FBI. I mean, they're here too. This is their Jupiter in Leo. We're going far. We're going far and we're going into Leo. There's a lot of publicity here. It's a lot of publicity here. And there was a lot of publicity here because that's where what's her face came to, right?
No.
So that's
I don't know
this
who
is
what's
all
her
Leo.
face is. Who's what's her face? Who's what's her face?
You know, what's her face?
No, I don't. You mean KP? You mean KP?
So if we look at that, yeah. All right, so this is his north node. And then the south node is, his north node is coming here. And his south node is in, I've got
Oh, I
Saturn.
know who we're talking about. That's the same person
south
you didn't want to
node.
mention earlier, isn't it?
So no, this is okay, so I need to put in his south node. So the DA's south node is going to be right here.
Did the Sox go to Puerto Rico? I don't know, Marie Curie.
Where he's been
I don't
before.
know.
At 3:15. Shit. Come on, 3:15. Okay, that's good enough. So that's the south node. I'll take it off in just a minute. But that's the south node. And this would be where he's been before with video. Okay. And what's in conversation is Saturn. Saturn makes it really hard for the DA to find video. Makes it really hard. Or he's got to work really hard to find Sebastian with video. And it could have to do with, let me pull it up. Where's the addresses? There's the landfill. So the landfill isn't going, the landfill is, these lines aren't going where the landfill is. So the south node where he's been before, which makes me think, I don't know, that we would need to be moved up a little bit. Let's see. That's Hopkinsville. And then it goes on in, his south node goes on up. St. Louis, Iowa. Let's look at this. So this is where the alleged sighting was with Sebastian walking down the road.
I think they did go to Alaska,
This is
Lola,
where he
for
gets
sure.
shaken up.
They went somewhere else too.
So he gets shaken up here. The DA gets shaken up, and it's about what he learns about Sebastian alleged sighting either in Villa Rica, or it's going to come in Atlanta, or it's going to come in Atlanta where there's a shakeup where somebody may say, "Hey, I've spotted who I think could be Sebastian." So this could come in time. You heard it here first. It could definitely come in time, because this is the DA's Uranus and Leo, and it's trining the Venus and Aries. We just looked at that one.
Did
That's
they
also
go
a
to Puerto
landfill.
Rico? Did they go to Puerto Rico, Jen?
Mount Juliet. I don't really know. I don't really know. So this shakeup with Venus and groups that's going down into Atlanta and going down to, where is that? Let me turn off these addresses. That's Puerto Rico. That's going over Santo Domingo, Miami, the Bahamas, down into Venezuela. And then this is going up into this angle with Venus. Because Venus, you think of Venus with a DA, you want to think of evidence. Going into Kentucky. Look at that. We're going back into Ohio. Let's look at the missing here. There's the natal. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Or schools. That's a medical center. Anyway, I'm going to start putting Salvation Armies on here. Food banks, things of that nature. Just to see what it pulls and what the story would be that it tells. Because, looking at the Jeremy store where Connor Jack was found, and to see that was kind of amazing for me, to see that there is a connection with Sebastian's missing event.
Yeah. I wonder too, churches, because churches often are associated with homeless communities.
I mean, the DA's whole North Node is going to Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Very
Going
interesting.
to Puerto Rico, y'all. Let me see. Let's see what the what connection Sebastian has with Puerto Rico. I know what the connection with the DA is, but I can't remember what Sebastian's connection is with Puerto Rico, besides, the obvious with Kathy Bowersox going there. Does anybody know exactly when she went there? I wonder, I'd like to find.
Lola's getting her getting her sister to look into it because she's got a lot of notes on Sebastian. So I don't know. I didn't even know they went. Did they go for sure to Puerto Rico?
Yeah, and the day that Sebastian was missing, she was talking about the jewelry there and how she loves the jewelry there. got a whole kid missing, but you're talking about George.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Was that when they were sitting in the living room and Seth was appalled?
Yeah.
Well, that's a very interesting conversation and timely to have at the time. Very interesting. Was that a
I mean,
hint?
the fruit don't fall far, for sure.
They went there right after Alaska and went all over Puerto Rico, Lola says. Pull that up, Jen.
Oh, hold on. Oh, shoot. Went there early on. I wonder when, though. I wonder when. So I'm going to have to.
If we could get a date is most optimal, yeah.
I want to pull the chart and duel it out. I don't remember if Sebastian connects to Puerto Rico or not. I know I do. I know a bunch of us do. Is that if he's found, wherever he's found, he should be connected to that state, or that the country or what have you. There should be some type of connection there. So I'm going to pull up Puerto Rico. This will work with me here instead of working against me. Puerto Rico. Because, Sebastian didn't want to change schools. He didn't want all this change. And I think he did feel like a burden. My opinion.
Yep.
CPS reports, true or not. I mean, there were reports. So there were things, and the teachers, were concerned about things. There was a parent-teacher conference. We've got him, Chris not coming home, got him staying away for some reason. There's a lot of reasons to believe that Sebastian would have felt like he was a burden, in my opinion.
Yep.
So I'm going to share. Let's see. Let me share this one now.
When we're done, Jen, I found an address for a ferry for Layla.
Okay.
2 hours away. 2 hours away.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it on our map for sure. All right, so let me show this, because this is the comparison that we can look at. So Sebastian is on the left, Puerto Rico is on the right, and this 1522, this is where the DA, the new DA, his lunar nodes are a 1522. And so what house is this sitting in? This is Uranus at a 1522. Kathy Bowersox has a 1711 in her chart. The other person that has a 1711 in their chart is Crabtree. Kathy Bowersox has her Chiron in Pisces at a 1711. So she goes here. Me and Tony, we have this 2035. This Uranus, though, this is in the 8th house, communications, a shakeup at home, group home. There's group online schooling, maybe some type of online schooling in Puerto Rico, or online schooling if Sebastian would be found here. But I don't see, me and Seth have this. There's a breakup with the 6th house there every day. Puerto Rico. Tennessee definitely has the 1742. It's the things that they cannot stand, that the state of Tennessee cannot stand about us, and all the chatter and all of that, is a 1742. It's their
Jen,
dark moon. You have disordered aggression. Huh?
sorry, honey. Lola says that they went to the trip with Crabtree, and that
No.
because Crabtree
What?
is the one they went on the trip with.
What?
That Lola's saying her sister's notes say that they went on the trip to Puerto Rico with Stephen Crabtree. Which is very curious because he was very quick to dismiss the audio.
I think Lola, I think she's asking no. So Lola, what I'm doing here? No. What I'm doing here is just talking about the degrees in the chart that he connects. Stephen Crabtree receives
Power star.
information. Yeah,
Okay.
Stephen Crabtree receives information about the things that she would have communicated. And at the house when Sebastian went missing. Okay, this is just a connection that he has with her. She's the one that went to Puerto Rico, not Crabtree. Yeah, I know that Lola is she's just asking. Yeah. So that's why I'm explaining it. She's just asking. So yeah. So Jupiter, back to Jupiter in Taurus. Jupiter is a 1742. That's where Puerto Rico and the state of Tennessee connect. Every connection that you make in life. Oh my gosh, y'all. I understand. You are not saying that. I'm just clarifying that there is what I am teaching here. I am teaching. Oh my God. I digress, man. I know that you're not saying
I think
that
it's because I commented because there wasn't a question mark, so I just read her statement. This goes back to communication. This is like I am totally a brute about this, but if there was a question mark after that, Lola, I'm not trying to be critical, but I just read it as a statement because you typed it as a statement. So that's my fault. My fault.
So for the record, no, Crabtree isn't. I wish that I would not have even said his name. Crabtree is only connected to Puerto Rico. He is connected to Puerto Rico, and he is connected to this 1711 that Kathy Bowersox has in her chart. Puerto Rico also has it in their chart. The DA didn't go there.
So help people understand what it means. Help people understand.
He has this
No, it's okay,
connection.
Lola. It's no story. But can you explain? Because I get this a lot in my stream and people don't understand some of this. So maybe there's some confusion because they're not clear why Crabtree's showing up in the chart. And if he wasn't there, does that mean that potentially he's been there as a child? There's some his energy has been to Puerto Rico before. That doesn't mean he was there with them. Is that the explanation, Jen?
That's correct. That is absolutely correct. And you would have to ask Crabtree if he has been to Puerto Rico. If he's ever been to Puerto Rico, because he used to work doing all kinds of stuff and going to all kinds of places. So, and I want to say that he has been there.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. Or he's been to like the Virgin Islands or something like that. Because I remember one day asking him if he connected, and he was like, yeah, this is what I did. So the degrees in your chart, that's all I'm explaining is that because I've got Sebastian up. I've got Puerto Rico up. But I can find the TBI. The TBI connects to Puerto Rico through the physician that brings enlightenment through the authorities and with schools, with the kid, with the publicity. But
so if can I just be hypothetical?
Because with Sebastian.
Okay. So Sebastian's not likely in Puerto Rico here, is what you're saying.
I think that me and Seth and a bunch of us match Puerto Rico. And I think when Sebastian is found, if he was in Puerto Rico, that should pull in his chart. But there is no, I'm studying, right? So there's no exact science to this method of the connections with the degrees in our charts, other than what I'm able to read, with you or with, somebody that I'm reading, or other missing kids cases where they have been found. They have connected to that state that they were found in because it's prominent. There's a prominent connection, right? There's this prominent connection. So Sebastian has a 2036 in his chart, but he doesn't have the 2035. So could he miss? He's missing it by 1 minute. He's 1 minute off of Puerto Rico's chart. So I don't know. I don't have the studies underneath my belt long enough to know for sure if Sebastian would have to connect to Puerto Rico in order for him to be found there. His south node, this 12 degree here in the 9th house, is showing that, and is going to Puerto Rico. It's showing that there could be a foreign travel with where he's been before. He meets his mark, especially with schools and publicity, with long
Why does
travel.
this physician stuff keep coming up? Because I just get this sense. I don't know. I've had this sense several times now that, and I think you've alluded to it. And I know somebody commented when they thought they found him and he was arrested, and somebody commented in Crime Time Buzz's video, like, oh, sure, Sebastian's been arrested. Well, we just saw somebody that was homeless that had a law enforcement encounter. So I'm
Yeah.
just wondering, this medical stuff keeps coming up for Sebastian. Is there is there a health crisis that is what leads to him being found? Like, does he have to be taken into the hospital, whether he's homeless, at a residential school? Does something happen to him where he needs to be? Because I'm just saying, you keep talking about health, and I'm just wondering if there is something health wise that happens to him that triggers his being found. I don't know why I'm just saying it. I just feel like saying it, and I usually just say what I feel because I feel like I'm being guided to say it for some reason. Like, I just
So
curious.
I want to show. I want to show. So that's the connection with. I want to show when Connor Jack went missing, because I think that this is going to be interesting to because we've been talking about them and comparing them. So the day that Connor Jack goes missing could hold some clues, right? It could hold some clues because we know that Connor Jack was around the same age, going through a lot at home. He was told something and he took that as face value. And it's a sad thing. Let me find his chart. And then we'll compare it with Sebastian, because this is going to be interesting to see, and where we can talk about these connections again. We can talk about these connections because there's a connection here. Let's see. That's 2002. Oh, is this? Hold on. Is that his birthday? Oh, let's see. He went missing in. Okay, so I've got his birthday. Hold on. Let me see if I have the missing event. I thought maybe I mapped his birthday and I couldn't find a time that he actually went missing. Okay, so I guess and then he was reunited. I got a reunited date. Okay, I don't see where he has a missing, but I'm going to show you the chart for him. I've got 9 p.m. I don't know what time he was born. But I do have him. Let me pull it back up. Okay. So Connor Jack is on the left. And I don't remember if I got this birth time from his mom or someone. I don't think so. So I don't know for sure what time he's born. But I do know, like today, yesterday is when I started really deep diving into Connor's story again with Sebastian. And the Vulcanus today is at a 447. It's over Seth. But yesterday, there was wisdom over Connor Jack. And it was an emotional explosion with publicity. And that was taking place yesterday when I posted that we were going to go live today and talk about him. So that connection was in, no matter what time he's born, that connection was being made yesterday. Let me make sure y'all can see. Yeah, y'all can see it. So I thought that that was really interesting. And I also think that this is very interesting. So he went missing from California. California, they shine at a 1638. He has a Pluto that is a 1638. Are you seeing? Are you following me? See, he's connected to that state, and we would have to pull up Utah to see if he is connected to Utah. But there's this 1846, his lunar nodes of fate, and that is exactly where Sebastian's humanitarian values would be, is homeless, a sacrifice. He sacrifices the responsibility, the independence from mom, and there's a shakeup. That shakeup could be the lights, the kids playing outside, or that shakeup could definitely be that he's going to be on his own. Could definitely be that he could be on his own. And the fate with Connor Jack was all mental. You know, this is a mental, Gemini is mental. And this is where he was found. He was found on his north node that was conjunct Saturn. Saturn is the Jeremy store, the business. And he was caught. He was found. Fingerprinting. He's found, right? And then he was found in Utah. So we can pull up Utah's chart and see if we can find a any type of, let's see, any type of connection to Utah and the day that he was found. Hold on just a second. And this is going to be interesting too. I want you guys to really hang out for just a second and watch this, because I think that this is interesting to me for sure. And you may share the interest. Okay, so Sebastian, if we look back at Sebastian's chart, Sebastian has his Chiron in the third house of communications is Aquarius. And like I said, homelessness, groups, the sister, the future, groups, and networking. That 1701 is actually found in Utah's chart in the ninth house of higher learning and publicity. No doubt about it. So he definitely does connect to Utah. He may not connect to Puerto Rico, but he does connect to Utah. It doesn't mean that he can't be found in Puerto Rico. Doesn't mean that he couldn't be found in Puerto Rico, but he is connecting to Utah. And Connor Jack, let's see, not knowing exactly what time he was born, I can say for sure that this 446 is in his chart. 257, 418. God, and that would have been, so the fourth house, the 214. That's possible. Dark moon, 1620. That's Saturn. That Saturn should have pulled it. Sebastian's his Cupid in the first house is a 1531 as well. Let's see when Connor Jack was found. When he was found. That may give us a little bit more. They're all studies being done in Puerto Rico for the chromosomal deletion. I couldn't remember the exact one. It also shows some of them offer compensation. Oh, I wish you could find that. What place does studies on that in Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be definitely something that we would want to see. That do, yeah. I mean, we need to see that. We need to see that. Okay, so he was reunited with his family on April 9th, 2022. Connor Jack was. And I'm going to show you the chart. And I know you probably need to go, Liane. We've been doing this for a while now. 4 hours. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Connor Jack was reunited. And so this energy right here with the 1625, we know that Connor Jack, the 1620, his Saturn was coming into play with a lot of energy, lots of energy. That means that he was actually having some obstacles when he was found. He did not want to be found. That's what that means. That's exactly what that means. The boy did not want to be found. That's why he was having limits and obstacles. And the 2249, dang, 2250, 408, 449.
Okay,
So the 449.
location.
So Venus, go ahead.
I got locations if you want. Just
yeah.
When you're ready for addresses on where they do chromosomal deletion studies in Puerto Rico.
Okay. All right, let's do it.
Okay. I've got 3 addresses.
Utah
You want me to...
Okay.
What's that,
hold
honey?
on. Let me get back on the map. I'll have to get
I'm
back
sorry.
on the map.
Do you want them or not? I don't want to interrupt, but...
Yeah, I want them. I just get back to the map.
Okay, there's 3 in the address bar there. I'll do one at a time.
Let's see. I've got to pull the map
There's the
back
first
up.
one. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pull my phone up so I can see. I'm going to have to go back and forth so I can see it. The addresses. Let me get on yours so I can see the addresses.
I can email them to you.
No, you're fine. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, now I'm seeing them. All right. Interesting school. All right, so here we go. 223. Oh, that's a pediatric hospital. Okay,
yeah,
so let's look
the
at
other
that.
one is too. And there's the second one, also pediatric hospital. I don't know, but this one is the Center for Inherited,
I don't understand how you write
Diseases.
Let's see.
San Juan. Oh, right.
Centro.
University Pediatric Hospital.
Centro Medico.
I know, I'm trying to get it in English here. There. Address. Location.
San Juan.
I'm trying to, wow, interesting. Locate us doesn't work. Hang on. English. English would be good.
Okay, yeah, let me try to pull that one up. UPR.
I'm just trying to get the friggin' address.
Oh. UPR School of Medicine, Pediatrics Department, San Juan.
I don't know. It doesn't give.
Medical Sciences Campus, maybe?
Sanspro Medico it's, I'm just trying to get the friggin' street address, for
Oh,
the love of God. Why
Jesus.
doesn't it give a street address?
What
Hang on. Are you still there? Jen, are you still there? I can't hear you. Are you still there? Did we lose Jen? Did we lose Jen? I got it. I got it. I got it, Jen. I don't know where Jen is. Yeah, we lost Jen. We'll just wait for her. Okay, so this is the first one, the address. Assuming Jen's coming back out. Kicked me out, LOL. That's what happened to me last time. I was the host and it kicked me out, and Jen was carrying on without me. Oh, gotta love StreamYard. Gotta love StreamYard. Jesus, Murphy. Okay. Come on, Jen. We're waiting. Do you have an address, Angel? Can you get us an address? Can you just pop an address in for that, please? Okay, hun. Can you get me, Marie Curie, can you get an address, honey? Jen was trying to talk about something else, and I kind of got sidetracked on her, so hopefully this doesn't take too long, because BDH research, this is the third one, I think, that I think that's the third one that I found, BDH research here, which is this third one here. Is Jen coming back in? Thank you, Marie Curie. Is that okay? Perfect. Thank you. So we've got five different addresses in the group here. 5 different addresses. See if Jen's coming back. Ooh, no way. Hmm. What's that last address she was looking at when she got booted? What's the address she was looking at when she got booted? Hmm. I'm just gonna star the ad. I can't because I'm not in control of the chat. So I can't star the addresses. We've got one. Okay, Lola, we're gonna be. I'm gonna be done soon too because I got stuff I gotta take care of soon. So I think Jen's kind of wrapping up. Hopefully she'll get back on. Oh, interesting, Angel, for you. Oh, thanks, Kitty. Okay, Jen's coming back in. She thinks. She thinks. I can't share because I'm not in control of the live stream, Kitty. And can I? Can I go back and share? Hang on, I might be able to put the link up. Yes, I might be able to put the link up. Uh, where did the link go? I thought I had it in the description from yesterday's live. I thought I put it in.
My God.
What the heck was that about?
Jesus, y'all. Oh my God. It booted me. Like it totally just booted me.
What address were you looking at? Because I find that very
I don't
interesting.
even want to look at it. I don't even want to look at it.
I know, but
Jesus, oh God, not on
can you,
live stream because for some reason it just went black. What happened? What happened to
where am
you?
I?
Oh,
All
there you
right.
are. Here we are.
Okay, well, we got five addresses for you.
Oh my gosh, y'all. That so I've had it before where it actually not only did it boot me when I put in a somebody had given me an address and I put in the coordinates and it wiped out my whole map. It wiped out the whole entire map. I don't know if they gave me a virus, some kind of, I don't know. Now the StreamYard is doing something different again.
But we just put addresses in. That's very, I don't know. I like to know what address you were looking at because that's almost like energy trying to prevent you from getting in there. I don't know. It's weird. I'm gonna type these addresses out in an email and send them to you, okay, Jen? Is she gone again? Is she gone again? Let me go into the chat. Okay. I'm just gonna create an email for Jen before the chat live stream disappears with these addresses. Thank you everybody for your help. Jen, 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 Jen. You're muted, but we can see you. so bizarre. Is that the same address? Oh, weird. You are muted though. I can see. There
Okay,
you
now
are.
yeah. No, it just put me back up there. I wasn't muted. But
You
then
were on our end. So
I was
weird.
muted. That was the weirdest thing.
Okay, I'm typing out these addresses for you to send in an email that everybody's put in here. Angel for You says Puerto Rico Clinical Research Consortium is partnering with Yale University and the University of California.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so we have. I'm
With
going to
Yale
email.
University.
Yeah. So
Wow.
Puerto. Oh, my daughter's calling me. Hang on.
Okay. All right. My goodness, y'all. I don't know what all's happened, and I really do apologize. But sometimes when we're working with these maps, it pulls a lot of data.
It's all good.
And
My daughter went back to work yesterday, and Rory's at her second day of daycare, so they're letting her do like a slow start, so a half day at work. She's just calling to say hi. I thought it was important. But
okay, cool.
it's
Well,
okay. Okay, honey.
okay, so are we done for the day? I think so.
Puerto Rico studies. I'm just gonna send you an email right now for chromosome deletion studies.
Okay. Yeah,
Sorry,
I'll look.
Jen. I didn't mean to hijack your.
No, you didn't, honey. You didn't. We're all good.
I just
when I put that address in there and it went blank, I was like, "Uh-oh, we're about to be this is about to be bad." And hopefully, I need to go ahead and pull up the map and make sure we're good. Like the map, it didn't devastate it. For some reason,
Uh-oh.
that address.
Which one?
I don't think that it did.
Which one though?
The science address.
The medical center, the
There's
first one, the hospital?
Let me see.
The medical center hospital?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering if that's a location I mean, listen, when I have been
Right.
on lives, I've had very interesting energy come in. So, I don't know, man. I'd put a star there. I'm gonna put a star
Okay, so the
there.
map is still good.
Okay.
The map is still good, y'all. I mean, I just pulled it up to make sure that we're still good and the map is still there. So
I just sent it to you. But that's the one
I
I put
would say
stars
that there
beside.
is. So, is pulling down there, especially with the DA and the fate, that the DA has there, and it being in Sebastian's ninth house. It's a long travel. We'll just have to see, like, if this is. I don't know if you could. And she said L.A., right? Los Angeles. Is that what Angel for You said? Yale University. They partner with Yale University. Yale University. Oh shit, in Connecticut. Why was I thinking that was shit? That's in Connecticut. Well, damn. You still there, Liane?
Yes. I just muted because I keep talking over you.
So Puerto Rico partners with Connecticut. Okay. With their clinical research. And the University of California. Shit. Berkeley. So they partner with these two, and that is with the clinical research with the chromosomal deletion. Is that right? Is that what you're saying, Angel, for you? Is that what she's saying?
I think so.
Excuse me. All right. Well, we'll add these addresses on the map and talk about them another day, because unless you want me to go down the email right now.
It's up to you. I think can you just plug the addresses in, just see if they're relevant? Or if your son's here, we'll do it another day.
Yeah, let me see if he's here. I just heard a door.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Love our group. And for those that are really trying to understand the charts, thank you for sticking with Jen, because they are complicated. I'm still learning. But they do tell us stories that are very interesting and possible locations for sure.
Well, no, it wasn't him. It's the second time I've heard a car door.
Are you home?
And
alone?
nobody be there.
Are you home alone?
Yeah.
Is your door locked?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, with chromosome deletion.
Let me see if I can get into that. Okay. All right. So let me put in these addresses. You said the stream stopped here.
If I lose you, my headset just gave me a warning that my battery's low.
Okay, let's look at this.
Did you hear me, Jen? If I disappear,
hold up.
If I disappear, my battery earbuds are dying, honey.
That address, all this. Okay. Well, I'll put these in, and then we can look at these. Where did the DA? All right. Clinical investigation to nonprofit. Oh, so they're right there together. There's N. I'll add one more, and then I'll do the rest off stream. I've got to eat me some lunch. Check on my chickens. Let's see.
Meanwhile, the chickens have run away.
All different places. Yeah.
All the car doors
the chickens are out of here.
Backyard. Oh God, a little levity if we can, once in a while. Well, they're all in the same spot.
All right, Liane, I'm gonna. Yeah, they are. They all seem to be right there. I'm gonna add this one last one. Oh yeah, it's right there. Because I've got to eat something and I got to go to the restroom, but it's right there in between them both. Right there.
Yep.
And we've been here before. Look at that. The British Virgin Islands. But yeah, we've got, there's reason to believe that the DA this is where he's going, but it takes us all the way to Puerto Rico and we can ride these, we can just ride them and see. I haven't put the parents in here as much, of course, as the other map. But we're definitely is going to reach that north node. But it goes into Georgia. Right there here too. Georgia, Chattanooga, McMinnville, Murfreesboro. That's where he's meeting his north node of fate.
Yeah, but is it going to Canada too?
So
go up.
Very interesting indeed. Yeah.
Can you go up more? Are they going to Canada too? Go up because they're going far east. One of them's going up north. Yeah, that right there. No, yeah, right there. Right there. Where is it going? Is it going east? No, it's going north.
Yeah, so the north node, yeah, that's where we look at. Yeah, so see the north node. The north node it's in a good standing with his sun, the way that he shines in Aries. And the way that he shines in Aries is going this way, and it's a good standing. So the Aries is going to be Mars and Aries. Aries rules Mars. So we could be looking at a vehicle, a travel, a lot of action.
Can you go up farther? Up? How high does it go north? Like where does it go? What city? What town? Where
it would go all the way into Ontario.
Well, this is what I'm Ontario. I thought it was going into Canada. Ontario. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in Ontario.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in Quebec now, but I'm right across.
And then Canada.
Interesting. Okay.
And to Trump and Gavin Newsom. Anyway, I'm got to get off here. I'm
Me too.
drained. Okay. I know you've got to be too.
Okay.
And I'll get that email to Brittany.
Okay.
And I appreciate everybody hanging out here for all this time and all the people that, thank you, baby. Thank you. You stay safe too.
Yes. And I'll do more on Brittany for you.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Honey. Thanks, Jen.
Y'all have a good, oh yeah, you're welcome. Y'all have a good rest of the day and stay safe. Peace out, guys.
Clean like your soul won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. in our hearts. You're never alone. We'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream. Hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong.